I have a jacket in my office, but I wasn't gonna wear it.
Just don't ask me to stand up, but
There.
And we are now live on YouTube, just so everybody's aware.
The good thing is this morning I can enjoy a nice iced coffee without being cold.
One quick
You're rubbing it
question,
in, Pete.
one quick question, if I may. It will be the slides that were submitted earlier? And how will that be? Will we be managing it, or will someone else be flipping the slides?
So what we thought we'd do, Steve, is have each of the directors and chiefs share their own screen to do your slide, because you've got, each of you has notes, I think, on some of yours. I have them all saved as a backup, and Jess probably does also. So if something goes on with anybody's presentation, we should be able to pull them up pretty quickly.
Very good.
Will we be receiving the other department presentations that we didn't get emailed beforehand?
Yes, what we'll do is we'll put them into one full PDF for all department presentations and put them all together, so you have the whole thing.
But like, we won't be receiving them before presentations, I mean.
Like today.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I personally like to be able to go through it on my own. And so I only have some of the departments.
Which ones don't you have, Zabi?
I don't have Millsy's, Captain Umstead, and the mayor's office.
Okay.
And admin.
And admin, correct. If that's a possibility, if not, I will survive.
I think for whoever is playing host right now, President Smith-Waddell is in the waiting room with his hand raised.
I got that, thanks.
Good morning. Thank
Morning.
you, Councilor Bakay.
Good morning.
It's nice that I get to say good morning, counselors, instead of good evening. I'm more caffeinated now than I usually am when we see each other.
Excellent. Okay. Are we all here? I can't count. It's too early in the day. We are.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, gang's all here.
this is us.
Great.
So Councilor Smith-Waddell, Council President, do you want to kick off with kicking it to Amanda?
Yeah, give me just a,
roll call, I guess. I think as it were.
yeah, let's start with that. Welcome everybody to the Saturday morning budget session. This will probably be more exciting than cartoons and cereal, I think, I'm hoping. Let's start with calling the roll of members. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Arroyo,
here.
Ms. Bakay,
Here.
Ms. Craig,
Here.
Ms. Diaz,
Here.
Mr. Garcia Molina,
Here.
Mr. Soto,
Here.
and President Smith-Waddell.
Here. All right, that is all of us. We are a council. Before I pass it off to Councilor Bakay, because this is her meeting, I just want to thank everybody that is engaged watching along either on the panel or on YouTube. This is easily the most important thing that this council will do in a year. And ultimately, a budget is a moral document. So I'm excited, to have everybody engaged in this process. And I'm really grateful for the work that council and city staff have put into bringing us to this point. It's been a challenging year from a budget perspective. If you can imagine how possibly challenging it's been for each of your own households. Revenues are down, expenses are up, and that's frankly as true for city government as it is for all of us personally. So, with that in mind, and if you're just watching along at home, like blessings and congratulations to anybody who makes it through the whole 5 hours. But thank you for being here at all. With that all in mind, I will kick it off to our esteemed finance chair, Councilor Bakay. Please.
Thank you very much. Nothing terribly ceremonious to say this morning, but to thank everyone for joining us, to thank all of the department leaders that are going to be on the call today, and being adaptable and doing this on Zoom should be very interesting. The agenda today will go through each department, and they'll have typically, with some exceptions, about 45 minutes for each to present to us on the budget. So time is of the essence. So I'm going to start it off with Chris Delfs, the Director of Community Planning and Economic Development. Chris, take it away.
Thank you, Councilor Bakay, and good to see you all again this morning. I am going to share a screen here. Bear with me for a moment. And okay. Are you able to see the slideshow view?
We got it. Thank you.
All right. Very good. So let's get started. Very excited to present. I know we all joke about the budget being dry, but very excited to present to you all today. It has been a grueling year in a lot of ways, as Council President mentioned, but we've recently been taking stock of what we were able to accomplish this year, and there's a lot to share about 2020 achievements and some highlights related to 2021 and the budget as well. Okay, just quick check. Are you able to see the slide advance? Do you see presentation roadmap now?
Yes, we have it.
Yes. Okay, very good. I'd just like to give you a sense of where we're headed for the presentation. So the material we'll cover today is mission and organization of Community Planning and Economic Development Department performance in 2020, and then ultimately program highlights for 2021. We'll start with mission and organization. For those of you who have seen me present in the past, I think you know that I have a background in sustainable development, sustainability, environmental policy, and so I approach any of the development in the city with these three pillars in mind. For me, this really means that we're being proactive about investing in the social and environmental and economic assets in an integrated way. And if we do that well, then ultimately we're going to be helping to foster healthy and sustainable communities. One other thing I want to mention before moving into the heart of the presentation, in the mayor's budget address, she mentioned a few key themes or elements. That is that we provide our programs and our services that are high quality, equitable, and cost effective. So as we move through the content today, I'd just like you to keep those three themes in mind, that we really do have a focus when we put together the budget and our program on quality and cost effectiveness and equity. I could probably spend most of the day talking about the department structure in CPED. This is something that has taken a lot of work behind the scenes this year. And I'm going to try to give you the upshot here. As you can see from this org chart here, this was the structure that CPED had in 2020 and before. It had a confederation of different work units, and in a lot of ways wasn't really organized in the best format to draw connections between these different disciplines. And it also created some operational inefficiencies in terms of management. As you can see here, as director, I usually ended up with around 10 reports, depending on what subject we were dealing with. After taking the better part of a year to really get a sense of what were the constraints and opportunities in the department, we have reorganized. We're really in the process of doing this right now. This is the 2021 department structure looking ahead. I think in a lot of ways it rationalizes and simplifies the department. Going ahead, we're really going to have six bureaus, 3 bureaus under each function or division, if you look at the left side and the right side of the chart. So under the Health, Housing, and Community Development function, we now have 3 distinct bureaus. The Bureau of Health, will be run by Kim Whistler. The Bureau of Property Maintenance and Housing Inspections, run by Karen Bousquet. Bureau of Lead Safety and Community Development, which is a new name. It was called the Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization Unit before. We've combined some functions, the federal grant functions, under Marisol Torres. So she got a promotion in November 1st and will be leading that bureau now. Then on the land development and city design side of the chart, we have the Bureau of Planning, which is run by Douglas Smith, the Bureau of Building Codes, run by John Lefebvre, and then ultimately our Office of Public Art, run by Joe Davis. The one thing that you may notice here is that Loop, the Lancaster Office of Promotion, is not in this org chart. We have made a decision internally at the executive team level to move Loop under the Department of Neighborhood Engagement. So that merger and the visioning process for that is happening right now, actually, and will continue into early 2021. I'm not going to spend too much time on Loop because I believe that Milsey will talk about the vision in her presentation. Okay, this is us. This is the CPED team. The department as a whole is 47.5 FTEs. We have 3 FTEs in the directors. FTEs, full-time equivalent, full-time employee. So 47.5 people. We'll try to stay away from the government speak. 3 staff members within the director's office, including myself. Under the Division of Health, Housing, and Community Development, we have 30 staff members, and the breakdown there is 14 in the Bureau of Property Maintenance. That's our housing inspection team. That's our largest bureau. In Bureau of Lead Safety and Community Development, we really have 2 pieces to that now, the Lead Safety team and the Community Development Office. That's a total of 11. One thing to note here is that 5 of those 8 in the lead safety team are the new positions that were approved as part of the lead grant budget last year. We still have to hire for those 5 positions. We delayed those hires because of COVID this year, and we can come back to that later in the presentation if you have questions. We have 5 people, we'll have 5 people in the Bureau of Health. Moving on to the Division of Land Development and City Design, we'll have 5.4 staff members in Bureau of Planning, 7.1 in Building Code, and 2 in Public Art. If you're wondering how we have 0.4 or 0.1 of a person, we are actually sharing a position across 2 bureaus in CPED and 2 bureaus in DPW. This is a permit coordinator position, which we can touch on later if you'd like. Next, I'd like to spend a little time talking about the department performance in 2020. And the first couple of slides are looking at the big picture at the department and the city. So really tried to concentrate first on the financial or budget aspects of what happened in 2020. One thing that I would like to note that we're really proud of as a department is we really buckled down early in the year when we recognized we were going to be facing some serious financial issues and a deficit. So over the course of the year, we were able to come under budget by $718,000 that we saved for the city and for the taxpayers of the city. In addition to that, and we mainly did that through cost-cutting measures, furloughs, and delayed hiring. The last bullet on the slide there, create a financial program, that's just a nod to work that the managers did within CPED to try to be innovative about the way we used our federal funds. So we were able to spend about 100,000 more in federal dollars on staff salaries and other needs that would have come from the general fund budget. So we really got more bang for our buck, essentially, through the federal programs in 2020, more than we had originally planned for. I know that you all have seen this slide before. This is one that Lancaster City Alliance uses, and I think is a really important dashboard for a core set of metrics for economic development in the city. Patrick did show this during his presentation and stole my thunder a little bit, but I do want to dig in just a bit to these metrics and talk about them one by one. The first one, per capita income increase. This is something that we have seen an increase in since 2015, which was the year that the Building on Strength plan was passed. This has been increasing year over year. The new American Community Survey data will be coming in this month. So it will be interesting to see this year whether the per capita income has continued to go up or whether that is going to take a hit because of the economic challenges that we're facing right now. The next metric on the chart is, on the bar chart here, is hotel rooms. As you may imagine, there has not been an increase in hotel rooms this year. The hospitality sector is facing big problems, and there has not been any growth in that sector as expected. The next metric is residential units. Building on Strength in 2015, they identified a target of 2,500 units by 2030. I think that's a relatively modest goal, given what we think the need may be looking ahead for the city, but I still think it's an important benchmark. Up until this year, we'd only gotten 17% of the way to that goal, about 428 units. The big story here in terms of the change in 2020 is that we have a lot of residential units in the pipeline now, which is really good news. The chart here is a little more bullish than our data internally at the Planning Bureau. We have about 700 to 800 residential units in the pipeline. Moving along to the next one, retail and restaurant space has actually increased slightly in 2020, a little bit of a surprise. Office space has declined slightly in 2020. And then ultimately, another positive mark is that we have seen additional private investment in the city. And the number here for the City Alliance is 263 million. Again, I think that is with a very rosy eye. I think it may be closer to 200 million, at least that we know for certain that's in the pipeline. So a lot of good news there, and a few things that we should really keep our eye on and look out for, trouble signals in the economy. All right, so moving on from the big picture, I'm going to dive down into the bureaus a little bit more and just try to call out a few important pieces of information for you. We'll start with Bureau of Planning. As a city planner, I couldn't help myself starting here. We have been busy, very, very busy the last 2 years. Unbelievable. We've had 35 land development applications. That is more than one every 2 weeks. Some of these applications are small and simple, but there are a lot that are complex and take a great deal of work. As I mentioned, we have 700 to 800 residential units in the pipeline, but we did have 161 that were actually approved this year. A lot of the material on this slide should be familiar to you all. I thank you for your help in passing some of these legislative changes this past year. Very excited about the amendments to the subdivision and land development code. That, as you might remember, includes improved standards for trees, bike and ped facilities, green infrastructure. It also included a community benefit survey, which will now have a consistent approach for tracking metrics on affordable housing, positive economic impacts, and sustainable design going ahead, all of which is really near and dear to my heart. So I'm very excited that we have that in place now. It will be good data for us as we go into the comp plan process, hopefully. You may also remember that we just passed an amendment to the fee structure for planning services. As a whole, that will earn us about $25,000 in new revenue each year. We're going to be putting that money toward costs in the Planning Bureau. And we may talk about that a little bit later. Finally, I cannot say enough good things about the team in CPED and our grants administrator, Megan, and Milsey and her team. We have been like really aggressive about going after grant money. We've been very successful with the comp plan so far. Already we've gotten $150,000 received in grants for the comp plan. We have applications worth $240,000 pending. I don't know if we'll get any of that, but hoping maybe a little bit more will go into that pot. And there's so much to talk about related to the comp plan, but I think the most important thing I wanted to mention as an accomplishment for 2020 is on the engagement side. We have finished the scope of work for the comprehensive plan, and we have worked with Milsey's team and the Lancaster City Alliance to identify a comp plan committee that will act as our steering committee for the plan. We've already started meeting with that group, just starting to do some foundational things. And we've also hired a professional facilitator called Connect the Dots, who will work with that team through the duration of the project, and who will also be doing DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion training for that group as well, because it will be a cross-section of stakeholders, both residents and organizational technical experts and organizational representatives. Next, I have a little bit of information about our building code team, or building code bureau. One thing that was pushed into fast forward was an overhaul of our city layout on the first floor of our building. When we were grappling with the new safety protocols due to COVID, we, working with the DPW team, the building code Bureau changed our operations around, set up a window in the vestibule of City Hall, and in addition to that, moved several of our functions online as well, which was a good nudge toward technological advancements. I just wanted to note that that's only a phase one. There will be additional renovations happening in City Hall, completing maybe March or April. The purpose of that is to create a one-stop permit center on the first floor with multiple windows, and then the rehab will achieve some other objectives for the city as well. We also were very successful in continuing to safely permit construction throughout the COVID pandemic. We did have to come down on a few construction sites a handful of times, but for the most part, those teams did respond well, and when our health officer asked for changes, they were made. So generally good news. A few stats for you here. In 2020, we had 510 building permits for commercial and 1,117 permits for residential work. I have the asterisk there because we haven't completed the numbers for the year yet, so we do expect that those will come up a little bit more. I'm not sure if they will quite get to the numbers we've seen in 18 and 19, but I think we are going to be pretty close. And you can see the total construction investment there is $79 million in commercial and 13.7 million in residential. One thing to note there is the 79 million, for example, is not really a big drop off because there were some big civic projects, public school projects, for example, that took place in 2018 and 19. So that there are reasons that there are discrepancy there. It actually is more consistent than what it might appear. Really, we're able to do some amazing things through the Public Art Bureau this year. I give so much credit to Joe Davis. In the midst of the first surge during the pandemic, she really leapt into action and worked with local artists, 10 area artists, to create artwork around the city. I'm sure that you guys saw these and remember these works of art. They're really terrific, and all of them had their own spin on public health messaging, which was really critical at the time. Following that emergency need, we also experienced all of the demonstrations and the protests here in Lancaster during the heart of the summer, and the Public Art Bureau office, also played a really important role there in being part of that dialogue and helping channel constructively a lot of the sentiment and the messages that the community wanted to deliver to local government. Lastly, I just wanted to note that we launched the PACE Neighbors program, which I'll talk about later in the presentation. I know we've got a lot of material to cover, so I'm going to keep going. The Loop office, the Office of Promotion, this was a year for them like no other. And while we were not able to hold all of the community events that are often requested of us because of health requirements, we were able to continue all of the city events this year. We didn't cancel any of our events, and we adapted those to new safety standards. And it may be, we may underestimate at the time, have underestimated at the time, that while everyone was on lockdown, bringing hope and activity to the community was really important. And so we had the Music Fridays and mobile bands around the city. We moved firework locations, so there were better viewing, throughout the neighborhoods. We also used other techniques like food trucks in the neighborhoods during Celebrate Lancaster. So really kudos to Annie Weeks and her team there. The last thing I'd like to mention is so much of what we've done this year has been online. And this was a little bit of good luck. We had budgeted for you approved an increase to the Loop budget last year to build a new website. And if you haven't seen it, it is absolutely fantastic. And we're getting a lot of new traffic there, 203,000 page views this year. And oops, lost my spot. 203,000 Loop page views, and 87% of those were new users. Okay. Moving on to the Health, Housing, and Community Development Division, I have a few more bureaus to cover. Property maintenance and housing inspections. This is another thing that I am exceptionally proud of the team for pulling this off during the late spring and summer of 2020. As you might remember, the housing inspection team was hit pretty hard by the furloughs. The inspectors and the clerks all were on partial furlough, and we were trying to think creatively how we could use that team during the time that they were not able to go in and do interior inspections of households around the city, rental households around the city. And so what we did is we ended up adapting their work program to contact tracing effort. We set up a partnership with the Pennsylvania Department of Health and LGH Penn Medicine, and This was the first partnership of its kind in the state for a municipality that did not have a health department. We conducted tracing work for a couple of months. And it was actually our work with LGH that established the model for the countywide tracing effort that was to come. So ultimately, we handed off the baton in June. And at the end of that work, we had completed 537 contact tracings, and we succeeded in contacting about 80% of those individuals identified, which is that rate. If you compare that to other places around the country, that is like a off the charts, fantastic rate. Once we moved into the fall and we were able to restart some of our traditional activities for the housing inspection team, we focused on severe and emergency inspections. We actually continued that during the spring and summer as well. But that was something that continued to be a priority for us. We also then increased our complaint-based inspections and interior inspections for new rentals. The last thing that I wanted to note for us here is that just this past month, that team has started to perform a citywide property condition assessment, the exterior of the properties. We're doing every property in the city to get a baseline understanding of the physical condition of our properties. We're talking about residential and commercial, actually, so a little bit different for us. We've gotten about 20 to 25% of the way through the city at this point, and we expect to wrap up that work early next year, probably January or February. Lead safety and community development. This has been a busy area for us this year. Our community development administrator, Susanna Thorson, has been busier than she's ever been, and she's really done some amazing work. If you look at the grant money all told, we brought in and began administering $8 million in grant dollars this year. So that bar chart on the right gives you a sense of how that breaks down across most of those are federal programs. The big chunk, RACP, is the state program for capital improvements that have gone to the fire stations and other big projects in the city. In addition to that, we did launch, it was tough during COVID, but we did manage to launch the HUD lead grant program, which is the $9.1 million funding over 5 years. Most of the work was spent on setting up foundational procedures so that we are teed up and ready to go for next year. We still were able to complete 15 households this year, which is a small but important win compared to other of the high impact grantees through the HUD program. Most of those have not gotten out of the blocks yet because of the pandemic this year. So 15, not where we want to be, but still an important win. We also initiated communications and outreach campaign that has come out really well. We partnered with the Pennsylvania State Department of Labor and Industry. I have a fun slide to show you in a couple minutes, just with some of the images that will be coming soon. Also wanted to note that we created 18 new affordable residences through the home program. We modified, working with the redevelopment authority, we modified policies so that any blighted properties that are being redeveloped are now subject to affordable housing, low to moderate income requirements. And then ultimately, we've commissioned and kicked off a study on affordable housing with the Center for Regional Analysis under Naomi Young. Here's the fun slide. Here's the campaign for Lead Safe Lancaster. I don't know if you've seen the bus wraps yet, but they I think just happened. Okay, I'm going to do a quick time check here.
Chris, those bus wraps look awesome.
Thank you.
Exciting to see them on the street. And we're starting with lead community outreach and just information sessions related to the lead program, I think next week. So that's we're jumping in for 2021 with hopefully better days ahead.
Yes, we're so excited. I think for the team who's been working on this, seeing the copy and like the visual and graphic materials finally come to fruition has been a big milestone.
Chris, just wanted to add, is it worth mentioning, and I might have missed this, the partnership with the Department of Labor and Industry that's supporting some of that work, and how it's not even coming out of our grant?
Yes, thank you. I did mention that, but just in passing, feel like I'm trying to get through maybe too much. Maybe I included too much material here, but yes, that's been a big achievement too, because there has been funding and staff resources from the Labor and Industry Department that have been contributed to this effort as well. So we're finding ways to work together. I think I'm going to breeze through this next slide. I just wanted to note that we had allocated an additional 1.5 million in community development block grant and emergency solutions grant funding this year that we received through the CARES Act. And as you can see here, this is something that we presented to the council mid-year, and really appreciate your support. As you can see, we've been able to do some amazing things here with the biggest chunk of money going toward the eviction prevention network and rental relief. But as you can see from that list, we've got utility assistance program through CAP. We were able to fund both a day and nighttime homeless shelter. So that funding is really going to critical uses. And if you have any questions about this at a later time, we can come back to it. Okay, a few words about the Health Bureau. The last time we talked about this was probably in the budget presentation last December. And I had noted at that time that the city was exploring the creation of a health department. As I may have mentioned at the time, the requirements for a health department are significant. We did make a lot of progress working with LGH as our partner to assess whether that would be feasible or not. We got to a point in February, March, where we had a lot of good data and we were leading toward trying to make some decisions about whether we should proceed or not. That's when the pandemic hit. So fast forward many months, we've learned a lot since that time. And long story short, I think this experience has proven to us that the right level for a health department is at the county level, because there are so many things that need to be done at a broader regional level that we can't do alone as a city. That said, I've also come to the conclusion that our health capacity was far lower than what we needed within the department. We had a fantastic senior health officer, Kim Whistler, but she was basically doing it on her own for the last few years. And so what we're doing now is we're going to be building a small official team around Kim, and we're going to be giving her that capacity that she needs, both to do the work that she's been doing in the past, but also to pump up and improve some of these partnerships around community health initiatives with LGH, et cetera. So I just wanted to note a few things that we were able to achieve this year, thanks to Kim. We completed 312 health inspections, 28 for new establishments, and she was running around from place to place every day for many months, trying to help businesses and restaurants in particular navigate the red, yellow, and green regulations. Had a lot of questions about safe operations, design for outdoor dining, all of that kind of thing. Somehow in the midst of that, Kim also managed to work with Saka and Tech Centro to set up a mobile food stand for fresh fruits and vegetables. Food security is a passion of hers and of mine as well. And so we're trying to make more headway in that particular space. Kim also is a seed fanatic, and she provided over 200 tomatoes and pepper plants and 500 seed packets to the community. The Bureau development, I had just spoken about that. I also wanted to articulate that we do have a new housing and health social worker that we had funded through CDBG that will fall under Kim and the Health Bureau. And all in all, we'll be adding one more health officer in addition to a person that we've transferred internally, which adds us up to the five people in the Bureau. Moving on to 2021 highlights. This section's a little bit shorter, and thank you for holding your attention. We did start a little bit late, so I'm going to try to stick to the 45 minutes if I can.
You've been going at a great pace, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. 2021 budget. Here are the financial moves. I know I presented the 2020 financial moves. Here's the 2021 side of things. As a whole, the department budget for CPED is $4.44 million. That is a change from about $4.7 million in 2020. I would like to take credit for that, all of that reduction. A big part of that change is the move of Loop to the Department of Neighborhood Engagement. So that accounts for the biggest part of that reduction. I did also want to note that we were able to make some small operating budget reductions across all of the bureaus. And so we were able to put those savings to some other priorities within the department. That's on the expense side. If we look at the revenue side, we take this with a grain of salt. This is kind of a rough calculation, but of the $4.44 million budget, we'll be able to cover about 1.5 million of that budget through grants. That's primarily federal grants, but some private grants as well. And if you compare that to last year, that's an increase of about $740,000 in grants that we'll be using to cover our costs. I would like to highlight just a couple of goals in each bureau, so you know what I'm focused on and what the team is focused on going ahead. Luckily, we do have passionate people who really believe in continuous improvement. And so we've been pushing the envelope in a lot of areas here. As I mentioned, we have made progress on the lead grant this year, even though it hasn't translated into that many units yet. So really, we're focused on significantly. First, we need to get additional households, customers, so to speak, in the pipeline, which we're working on, and then to actually execute that work with our team and our contractors. We also have some critical repair money for homes that are, this program is designed for homeowners as opposed to renters. And we've had critical repair money that hasn't been fully used in the past, and we have some additional critical repair money through the CARES Act as well. So that's something that I think makes a big difference in the lives of homeowners in the city, and we're going to be focusing on that. We also have home funds that have built up over the last 3 or 4 years. Home funds are federal funds that we receive that are used in a number of different ways for affordable housing, the new affordable housing. The main way we have used this in the past and will continue to use this is gap financing for new affordable units. We do have a few big projects, exciting projects in the pipeline that we could use this to subsidize. So the UPMC St. Joseph's project is a good example, but we expect other applications for this money as well. In the Property Maintenance Bureau, as I mentioned before, we've been really focused on this property condition assessment and on targeted inspections over this past year, but it is worth noting that our systematic inspections, because of COVID, were way down this year. And over time, for a period of time, I think we can be surgical about what we're doing, but over the long term, it's really important that we get these systematic inspections back up and running. We may make some adjustments to the way we do systematic inspections based in part on some of the data work that we're doing. So if we find out that there are more needs in certain parts of the city and we can concentrate resources there, then we will.
I'm sorry, Chris, when you say systematic inspections, is that the tiered approach for housing inspections?
Right. So in the past, we have tried to do every rental property or rental unit in the city at least every 4 years. Often we hit them more often because there are complaints or there are other issues that arise. But the mayor had, asked this question previously, is the 4-year schedule the best way to organize our resources? And so we've had, we've initiated a couple different efforts now, including the work that Millsy has done through the block strength indicator. Now we're doing this property condition assessment. We're really trying to narrow down, like, how can we be more efficient with our inspection resources? I think we can skip over Health Bureau since I spoke about the Bureau development as being a really critical part of the growth and improvement in the department. Obviously, we're still in the middle of COVID and especially the winter surge. So this is still a big part of the Health Bureau's time and expect it to be next year in 2021. Okay, for the Planning Bureau, I noted before that we have major land developments in the pipeline, somewhere in the realm of $100 to $200 million, depending on when those materialize. We have that 700 to 800 residential units in the pipeline, including the 2 major rezoning projects that came before you this past year, UPMC and the LGH Hankin project. Each of those projects has more than 200 residential units, so they do account for a big chunk of that estimate in the pipeline. We also have the comprehensive plan coming up this year, which is our 20-year vision for the city. And it's really a policy plan, a policy blueprint that would guide primarily physical growth and change in the city. Included the expected, this may flex a little bit, but we're going to try our best to stick to the schedule shown below, the phases of the plan, which really means we're going to be kicking off in earnest in April, at least the public facing side of the project. We're still doing a lot in-house, but in the meantime, April would be the public facing portion, and then ultimately we're probably looking at adoption in summer or fall of 2022. For building codes, we are focused on additional customer service improvements because of the amount and pace of applications that we've gotten. I think it really has strained some of the permit process internally, and we have many people in the government, in local government right now, across the departments, looking at how can we do this a little bit better. We've already made a couple of advancements, but there's a lot more work that can be done here. We also are expecting to implement new building permit fee to cover bureau costs. This is something that will probably come before council as a resolution next year. I don't have a timeline for that yet, but just a heads up that that is in the works. For the public art office, we have a lot going on as always. I did want to take a moment to speak about the Pace Neighbors program because we were able to hire a new Pace manager in September for this program. So we've been able to get it underway. The Pace Neighbors program, I can't remember who Joe has presented to about this program. I think the most important thing to say here is that the purpose of this program is really to bring art to underrepresented communities, and it also gives us an opportunity to tie the Pace Neighbors program to comp plan engagement and use art as an innovative way to understand community priorities. Our understanding is that artists will probably be working in teams in 3 or 4 locations around the city this first year. And the artists will work in their own neighborhoods and then work directly with community members on these projects. We also are launching the Artful Intersections program, which is a partnership with Bloomberg Philanthropy. And I don't think we've decided exactly how many locations we'll be able to do in the first year, but we expect the inaugural effort to be Strawberry Hill, to be the intersection of Strawberry Vine and Mulberry. And yes, I think it's a great location for it. And the nice thing about this kind of project and a lot of Bloomberg's pilots is that we can learn as we go and iterate, and then hopefully scale up to other locations. And I think I'm gonna end with Artful Intersections and Pace Neighbors, because I think that's a positive light, and I will open it up for any questions or comments.
I have a question, if I may, Councilor Bakay.
Okay.
Mr. Dels, for the social worker, I am sorry if I missed this. What is the timeline for that new hire?
Yes, so we funded the social worker through the 2020 action plan that was ultimately approved about late summer this past year. I'm sorry, it was more like midsummer this past year. We did the 2020 action plan before the CARES Act work. I will have to double check this because we did delay hiring on a few positions in 2021, but I think we're looking at probably like April as the target to hire that position.
Gotcha. And then for the $1.5 million in grants that you had mentioned, is that in anticipation to, like, would you be applying for those, or are those already guaranteed to be used for 2021?
Counselor, is this the slide that you were referring to, that 1.5 million?
Maybe, yeah. I thought it was in revenues that we were receiving 1.5 million for the department.
Oh, let's see.
Yes. Yep.
I'm sorry, could you ask your question one more time?
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was guaranteed already, or was that what we were anticipating to apply for?
These are projected, the 1.5 million is projected based on what we have already.
Gotcha.
Yep. We do have some other situations, like with comp plan. I had mentioned we still have like $240,000 applications that are out. I didn't count that in the estimate.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Councilor Bakay, may I?
Go right ahead.
Chris, of all the furloughed employees within the department, how many are back, and how long will it be before they're all back, if they're coming back?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Soto. They are all back at this time. That was that furlough for the housing inspectors occurred really in the April, May, June time period. And one of the ways we were able to get them back on staff is some of that creative financial programming that I mentioned. So we used additional community development block grant dollars from the feds in order to pay their salaries. So we moved a couple of people to the lead team, and then we focused the inspectors' work on low to moderate income areas. And so we're able to get them back to work sooner than anticipated.
Good. And of all the, have we created and found new ways to utilize our staff and the frozen new hires that you were planning on coming on? Are any of those, I would say, from past employment or just new creations as far as staffing is concerned? Because you have decreased the staffing budget, if I recall.
Well, let's see. So the net change mostly occurred because the employees in Loop, there are 4 full-time employees in Loop, and they've moved out of CPED in 2021. So we really haven't lost. Fortunately, I feel very lucky that we haven't lost staff in 2020 and going into 2021 or lost positions. What was really difficult is that we just delayed hiring in 2020, and we were, to be perfectly frank, we were severely under capacity in 2020. So I'm really hoping that we'll be more whole in 2021.
Thank you, Chris. That answers my question.
And just to tag on to that, the question about the furloughed staff. So the furloughs went into effect at the end of April through an agreement that we negotiated with AFSCME. The last full-time employee who was on furlough was in mid-August, and that was actually a non-bargaining personnel. So all of the full-time staff who were subject to the furlough returned mostly in late June and then into July.
Thank you.
Right. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Go right ahead.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah.
My question's in regards to the housing market, the stock that hopefully we'll be having in the future. Is there any type, or would they be able to provide any particular requirements for these low-income residents that you may have possibly, or is that still up in the air?
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. And I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understood. You said the housing market stock, meaning the
future
households across the city.
Right.
And I'm sorry, could you ask the second part of the question again?
Okay, so we've already voted on getting more low-income properties, or not properties, I would say apartments or whatever that's going to be out there. So my question is, do we have, like, per se, any type of requirements? Obviously, constituents want to be able to apply to be able to reside in these residents because of their income not being suitable, because they do not make, $20, $25 an hour. They make $7 to $10 an hour and would like to have a home to live in. So my question is there going to be some type of requirements that you may have at hand that we can give to our constituents?
I understand. Yeah, so any of the HUD programs that we utilize, and the Community Development Block Grant is our biggest federal program. One of the national objectives of that program is to serve low to moderate income community members. So anytime we put that money toward a housing subsidy, we do have to track that those requirements are fulfilled. So, for example, for the lead program, for example, the households that we are working with are in our 4 lowest income census tracts, and any households that qualify, we need to collect a set of paperwork to establish that we are fulfilling those requirements. I don't know if that answers your question. The main way that we're addressing low to moderate income is through those federal programs. So anytime that we do that, we do have to follow those HUD rules and regulations.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that, of course, it's recorded now, so they understand that they do have to go through HUD, they do have to go through their requirements and whatever bylaws they have. So thank you so much, Christopher, for answering that question.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
If I might, Amanda.
Go right ahead.
Chris, in reference to the lead program, what's the plan for getting the word out to the community about how they can apply, or how they get in touch with, or who do they get in touch with?
Yes, I think we're really working at like 3 different levels. The first level is more the public awareness campaign, and that those were the pictures that I showed, the bus wrap and some of the signs, that kind of thing. The second level down is really working with all of our organizational partners who do work in this space. So SACA, CAP, assets, et cetera. I think most of the leadership is aware of the program, but I think it is important that we're continuing to market the program through our meetings with those organizations. And then ultimately it's at the landlord and the tenant level, and that's going to include, you know, direct mailings. I think we just printed like 4,000 pamphlets about the program that we're going to be handing out to residents and in community spaces. So it's really, we're trying to hit all 3 of those levels.
Okay, and then it will be for renters as well as homeowners.
The lead program is focused on rental households, and the critical repair program is focused on homeowners. There are times that we can combine the 2, but that's not always the case.
I think that's it. I may come back to it, but I think that's
okay.
it for now.
I have a few questions, if I may, Councilor Baykay. So actually, some of them are actually piggybacking off of the questions that other councilors have asked. And so just to piggyback off of Councilor Craig's, have we looked to partner up with the county's early intervention program for the lead initiative? Because I know I used to work with the early intervention as a support coordinator, and a lot of the referrals that they were receiving, especially from within the city, were directly tied to lead and the developmental delays that come from it. So I was wondering if there's any kind of conversations that were being had with the early intervention program.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I actually just got off the phone with Alice Yoder yesterday afternoon. We had a long conversation primarily about the lead program. Alice is the head of their community health program at LGH Penn Medicine. And you're right, that's something that we have done in the past, but I think we can continue to build off that partnership. I know based on my conversation with Alice, they have been more focused, understandably, on the COVID response right now, but they are expecting to ramp up their efforts in the lead abatement space again next year. So we're going to try to make sure that we're capitalizing on one another's work.
So that's really important. So I'm specifically talking more about like the county government's own entity of early intervention.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So I was wondering if we had started any conversations.
I'll jump in here just to say that part of we do need to do that, Zavi, and this is so very focused on specific census tracts in the city. And so it's a lot of just making sure that they're alerting us to specific households that are identified in these census tracts.
Great.
Marisol has just recently taken this over in November, and so she's already scaling up. We have a call next week with the school district of Lancaster, and that's just one of many that we're working on to like build this. So I've added that down, and I know Chris and I can circle back with Marisol about that suggestion.
Awesome. And then to piggyback off of Counselor Diaz's question, what is our surveyed need of units? Because I know that you said that the goal that's there isn't necessarily specifically what we need in our community. Also, like, what are we doing to ensure that as we reach that 2,500 unit goal, that we are ensuring that majority or at least a proportionate amount is for affordable housing?
And Counselor, I'm sorry, the first part of your question, could you say that again? Which survey?
So when you were going through the presentation, you said that from the kind of 2030 goals that I think it's 1,500 or 2,500 units is the goal that we're trying to achieve. So that goal isn't necessarily like the direct need that we have of units in our community. So I was wondering what that need is.
That is the $1 million question. I think you are absolutely on target. The 2,500 was based on, my understanding is that was like sort of a more general understanding of the market. And I think it was picked as a helpful target, but I don't believe, we could check with the City Alliance, but I don't believe that that was steeped in a whole lot of data. One of the reasons why we've commissioned this study on affordable housing is so that we do have a better understanding of where we think the need is, the number of units at each of the different income bands. So to try to get more granular about how we understand the need for various parts of the population. So yeah, Counselor, that's a great question, and it's one that we're going to continue to explore. We, in terms of the 700 to 800 units in the pipeline, one of the things that I've talked about with Marshall, our executive team has talked about with Marshall, is possibly, having a target for affordable units as well. Of that 700 to 800, we actually, I had talked to Douglas about this just the other day to get a sense of how many of those 700 to 800 we think might be in the affordable range. And it, it was pretty good, but it was in the 100, I think it was 150, 160. I can get back to you with the exact number. But again, that the ability to do that is really driven by the tools that we have to create those affordable units, which are still limited at this point, and that's a big part of the work going ahead.
Awesome. I think that would be a really good idea to start kind of differentiating between units in its totality and then those that are affordable or within that realm. And the last kind of couple questions that I had, I know when I spoke to Jess the other day, they're really going to talk about racial equity and diversity within their presentations and within the admin's presentation. But I was wondering, because in you talking about kind of the breakdown, I see that there's a lot of like intentionality and a really great job that's being done within CPED and elevating women into leadership. So I was wondering what the racial makeup of leadership within your department is, and like what that leadership pipeline is looking like.
Yeah, I don't have a percentage right now at my fingertips. I can take a look at that. This is part of the DEI work that we're doing as a city, and it is something that I'm committed to and is part of the analysis that we're doing related to advancement within the department. I think it's been clear to me throughout my career that having that diverse experience, diverse viewpoints as part of a leadership team is critical. So I'm happy to do a little bit more digging on numbers, but I am very pleased that we've got a well-represented mix of people across the department at this point.
And,
Yeah.
you know, Councilor Garcia Molina, that's a great suggestion, and what I would like to recommend, because while I'm going to be reviewing some of the work around DEI, and we have other presentations in the admin that's going to cover this as well. We don't have that data report by department or across the city for you today, but we are next week receiving the preliminary survey results from our engagement survey, and our plan was to bring that to council, and that would be a good time for us to have the broader conversations related to our current composition of our staff and some of the efforts that we're making across the entirety of our organization related to recruitment, as well as promotions and so on. And I know that Sharon Allen Span would be really delighted to provide that report to council. So I'll circle back with President Smith-Waddell and figure out the right time to do that.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great. And honestly, just kind of the last question to kind of go on that is, I really appreciated like getting a full picture of your department over the year, and just wanted to take like the opportunity to kind of see from your perspective around that racial equity and DEI work. Like, what were some of the achievements that your department did this year that like you're really proud of the work? Because I know that so much has been done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold, right? I think it has to do both with the organizational development of our team, and it also has to do with how we are how we're implementing key projects and programs. So I think that when we talk about equity, there was so much in the presentation, and maybe I could do a better job at highlighting where I think we've made strides, but everywhere from the comp plan committee to the change in the radical property to commissioning the affordable housing study. So many of these things are steeped in disparities across income and disparities across race and ethnicity. So it's something that we're and not only me, this really extends to the bureau chiefs throughout my department who have a commitment to this, who are managing the programs and projects. So on that side of things, I think we're trying to look at every way that we can be more intentional, equitable, progressive through these small and large changes in the programs. As far as the organizational development, this is something that I've been really fortunate to do, have the opportunity to do a few times in my career, is to sort of rebuild departments or agencies. And I think it is about making sure that you have the right cross-section and diversity of people at the table when you're making decisions about the changes. And so a lot of these conversations that we've had about reorganizing the department has been with that team, right? It's like good community engagement is getting buy-in from community members. Good organizational development is getting buy-in from the members of your organization. And so having a diversity of people at the table to talk about these issues and how you change the leadership and management of the department, I think is really critical. And as I said, I'm really proud. I think we've got a great mix of folks in CPED right now, and would like to advance that work further as we go ahead.
Well, I appreciate you, Chris, and your leadership within your department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Counselor. Appreciate it.
All right. Any other council questions? I know we're a little behind on time, which is not surprising, Chris.
Sorry.
No, there's a lot going on. We completely understand, but I want to make sure council gets all of their questions answered before we move on. And not hearing anybody asking, I'm going to thank you very much for your time today, councilors. We have that presentation, and I'm sure Mr. Delps will be available for any other questions that you have that you think of in the middle of the night or something like that. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all so much. I'm going to stick around in case there are questions that connect to the other departments. I also, if there are any written questions that happen afterwards, I'm happy to put some time in to answer those in depth.
That's terrific. Thank you very much. And then that brings us to the Department of Public Works and Mr. Stephen Campbell. I see you down there. You have your jacket on too. Thank you for dressing up for us today. Please go right ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can tee everything up properly. Are you able to see my screen?
We can see it, and I think it'll work well if you just start play the presentation on your screen there.
Okay, hold on.
Uh-huh.
So, do you see the first screen, DPW proposed budget?
We can see the first screen. I'm thinking it's open. It looks like it's open in your Teams. If you right click on it, is there an option to play from beginning? Or maybe something on the bottom left corner.
Bottom left.
When you did that, there was something that popped up. Now I can't see it. Hey, there we go.
So,
yeah.
is that full screen now?
No, but whatever you had just before that was on the right track.
Okay. My apologies.
No worries. I think when you had it open in PowerPoint directly, that was perfect.
Okay. I had it all queued up, and
there we go. And if you, we can see it now. And if you just click on that first slide, or there's something that says
down below the slideshow.
Maybe. When you just had it on your PowerPoint, there was something that said present in the upper right-hand corner.
Upper right-hand corner, present, pause, share, annotate more. I don't see present.
Well, it seems to have gone away. Anyone an expert on PowerPoint to show how to get it started from the first slide?
Well, I think the issue is that Steve, you opened it up within Teams rather than just open it. Like if you close out Teams and then open up the PowerPoint app and then open it up from within PowerPoint, you should be good.
Okay. Do you see it now?
We don't, but do you have two screens?
Yes.
Pull whatever you're seeing over to your other screen. Because I think we're seeing one screen and you're looking at a second screen.
Okay. I have it on one screen right now.
Uh-huh. We're still seeing Teams. So we're seeing whatever screen you have Teams on if you want to move PowerPoint to that other one.
Okay. Can you see it now?
You
If
might have to, oh, go ahead, President.
I really apologize for this.
No, you're okay. If you're on this call via, if we're all here via Zoom, I believe Zoom does sharing app by app. So you should unshare your screen, Director Campbell, and then you should click the share screen button again after you've unshared, and it should allow you to select which app or window you want to share.
Okay, I resume share, screen 2. What do you see?
We're still seeing the Teams screen. It never stopped sharing the first time.
Okay, let me shut things down.
Okay, we're now seeing your desktop, Director Campbell.
Okay.
So, yep.
You have a button that says stop sharing.
I am screen sharing, stop share, yes.
Okay. Now you can start again.
In PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it now?
So
Now I need to share.
Campbell.
Now I need to share screen 2.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Huzzah!
Very
Victory.
good. Hallelujah. I'll minimize all that stuff. Do I dare put on the slideshow version?
You can put the slideshow on now. You should be able to control it by clicking now.
Okay, very good. And you can all see it?
Yes, we can. All right.
Yay, yay. Thank you for your patience.
We did
And I'm very, very pleased to be able to make this presentation to you folks. I also want to thank the extraordinary efforts of everyone on the DPW team who contributed to this effort, most notably Cindy McCormick, the city engineer and division chief for the public right-of-way, Christine Volke-Hilditch, the division chief of utilities, and Matt Metzler, the division chief of construction and operations. DPW is comprised of about 200 people. Just over 30% of them are residents of the city. Public Works is supported by these 5 fund sources: the general fund, stormwater, wastewater operations, water, and solid waste and recycling, as well as by grants and in-kind services by not-for-profit organizations. This year's Public Works budget is about $71.2 million, $3.75 million higher than last year, which is a 5.6% increase, about half of last year's increase. Each fund has modest increases, but there are also some reductions and means to address those numbers, which will be described later in the presentation. This year's budget is targeted to continue to provide the services you have always come to expect of DPW in our dedication to your quality of life, but also to become more efficient, cost-effective, quality-driven, and equitable in the process. Graphically, you can see that 3/4 of the Public Works budget is related to the utilities. Almost 48% of the budget is water, and 28% is wastewater. And the remaining 24% is divided amongst the general fund at 10%, solid waste recycling at 8%, and stormwater at 6%. These portions of the overall budget have not changed much over the last several years. Even though the annual budget is just over $71 million, it represents the ongoing management of about $165 million of capital construction work, and comprised of about 163 million in GO bonds and about 2 million in grant funds and other sources. And although the funds are allocated by fund source, they are also distributed by division, which reflects how and under what working group they are actually spent and accounted for. DPW has undergone a reorganization this past year that hopefully will make our efforts more efficient, cost-effective, and equitable for the city of Lancaster. In simple terms, we have consolidated into 4 distinct divisions: the public right-of-way, which includes the Office of the City Engineer, led by Cindy McCormick; construction and operations, responsible for the construction, maintenance, and operations of all city-owned facilities and infrastructure, led by Matt Metzler; the utilities division, which encompasses water and wastewater and their treatment plants and horizontal infrastructure, led by Christine Volke-Hilditch; and the sustainability and the environment division, responsible for stormwater management, for which we are currently seeking a chief. The division called the public right-of-way is led by our dedicated city engineer, Cindy McCormick, and includes engineering, transportation, and data. Many of our initiatives are led by this division, and much of our public outreach, the data by which we manage ourselves, and the design and vision of the public right-of-way, as well as the coordination of the various components of public works, takes place here. The portion of the general fund that supports the public right-of-way is highlighted in green, and there has been a modest decrease in the PROW budget going into 2021. But even with an overall decrease, there is an increase in the professional services component related to a significant amount of design work that will be undertaken this coming year. This will enhance our ability to develop and participate in planning efforts for the city, including participation with CPED, Chris's group, in the comprehensive plan, continued work on Vision Zero, multimodal planning, bike lanes, initiating a parks master plan, as our last plan was completed with the renovation of Cullerton Park, and elevating our engagement with the community via our public participation platform called Engage Lancaster in the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, which you'll hear more about later today. The public right-of-way is the spearhead of putting the public in public works. Although there are numerous responsibilities and initiatives in the public right-of-way, a few notable nuggets include permits issued relating to parking, curb cuts, and other design interventions in the public roadway, the increase in bike lanes and bike facilities, where we hope to make the city significantly more pedestrian and bike-friendly, and safety, including new pedestrian signal heads. The Vision Zero initiative to eliminate traffic deaths and serious injuries on Lancaster streets by 2030, I like to characterize as the crown jewels of planning in the public right-of-way and how you experience the city as a pedestrian, a bicyclist, or a driver. Public right-of-way goals for 2021 include planning for projects resulting from the Vision Zero and other initiatives regarding the safety, the look, and the feel of our thoroughfares, and how we walk, bike, and drive through the city. It also provides some of our greatest outreach to public engagement, both in terms of education and outreach with DONE, and to make sure we keep the public in public works. I mentioned on an earlier slide that the professional services line had increased. On this slide, you see many of the projects to which those professional services are being applied. They include the South Duke Street design, a PennDOT project, which we will use with the Community Planning and Economic Development Department to spearhead community improvements in Southeast. The development of the Conestoga Pines Park Master Plan, which integrates multimodal, pedestrian, park and stormwater management with recreation and river restoration, and the continuation of the implementation of the bike plan, including phase 2 design of Christian Street, south of Chestnut Street to Vine, the Water Street Bike Boulevard, and the eastbound connector. In the future, much of the planning work will remain in PROW's general fund budget, but many of the project-specific design contracts will be included with subsequent bond issues as they are capital eligible. Construction and operations is a very large division led by the experienced Matt Metzler and has united the Operations Bureau that included traffic, streets, and fleet with the Parks and Public Property Bureaus, the Solid Waste and Recycling Bureau, and the Construction Office, which included Water Transmission and Distribution, or T&D, wastewater collections, water meters, facilities, and right-of-way construction. This consolidation of the services that build and maintain the infrastructure of the city provides many opportunities for cost and operational efficiency, and that translates into being more cost-effective and having greater control over the means of providing the services. This also translates into a higher quality and level of responsiveness to all of our citizens' needs. The vast majority of the general fund component, also highlighted in green, goes to the day-to-day operations of maintaining what you see and experience, keeping the streets clean and in good repair, keeping the street lights, street signs, and pavement markings, maintaining the parks, pruning the trees, mowing the lawns, and keeping our buildings clean and in good repair. There are several areas where costs have been able to go down, partly due to redeployment and the reorganization's efficiencies, including street administration, traffic signage, utilizing our motor vehicles more frugally, and in some cases having fewer of them, and maintaining our parks and buildings. With parks and buildings in particular, under the dedicated management of Ryan Hunter, the teams and the facilities are able to operate at a higher level of performance. The areas where costs have gone up includes street maintenance. This goes hand in hand with not only keeping a healthier environment and keeping vermin populations down, but is an integral part of our stormwater quality management. Over the last several years, there has been some fluctuation in this budget line. This bureau has a staff of multi-talented individuals who often bid out for other positions in the city, and it has had a higher number of people leaving city service, either for other opportunities or retirement. What is currently budgeted for salaries is within $10,000 of last year's original budget for this line. Other increases are represented in parks and parks maintenance, in part due to enhanced security measures and providing for better sight lines, as well as assigning our staff's salaries to the actual areas where they are performing the work. This line's increase also includes doing pool maintenance work that is anticipated for 2021, but was not performed in fiscal 20 due to COVID and our opening of only the Conestoga Pines pool. Vehicle leasing goes up due to greater equipment needs in the parks. And the increase at Central Market reflects additional staff time and supplies necessary to support the facility, largely affected by COVID demands. Up until recently, operations in DPW was administered by Donna Jessup, who has recently retired and continues to keep an eye on things. Her successor as operations manager is Corey Simo, formerly of Solid Waste and Recycling. Now, the extent of the infrastructure that C&O Streets is responsible for doesn't change much. Annually, we sweep almost 11,500 miles of street per year, and we maintain the 110 street miles of city road. In 2020, we collected about 16% less debris from streets, which partially corresponds to the period during which we suspended street cleaning. And due to temporary redeployments and protracted installation of utilities and other infrastructure, there was a significant drop in keeping up with potholes and roadway patching. By having reorganized and being able to self-perform more of the work, we will have more control over the means of maintaining these streets and not be quite as dependent upon either outside contractors or the utilities in the future. However, Mother Nature appeared ignorant of COVID, and the amount of leaves vacuumed from the streets increased by more than 50%. Key goals for the Construction and Operations Division include completing the ADA curb ramps, where we are under a consent decree, projected to be completed by the end of 2021. This will be a full year ahead of the consent decree requirement and will allow for any necessary negotiation and coordination with other utilities or PennDOT for completion of any ramps that are their responsibility. Completion of the PPL streetlight buyback, which will bring us nearly $500,000 in annual operations savings. As Patrick Hopkins had reported the other night, this may be completed within the next few weeks, so we will get the full benefit of those savings in 2021. This buyback started about 5 to 6 years ago. The first funds were set aside in 2016 bond issue, and then more in 2018 when the city signed on. It not only provides those operational savings, it makes the coordination of use of the infrastructure easier. Also, the 2021 Street Improvement Program, the annual paving plan, includes the streets listed. By being able to perform more of our work, we can be more flexible in attending to certain infrastructure and paving our streets. Next year's commitment includes, since this image is very difficult to see, I'll read off the streets. It's Prospect Street from Wabank to Manor, Hager Street from Prince to Queen, Franklin Street from King to Chestnut, Conestoga from Prince to Queen, Broad Street from Chestnut to Lehigh, Green Street from Rockland to Ann, and South Strawberry Street from Chesapeake to South Queen. It is noteworthy to understand the portfolio of what we call the vertical facilities that are managed and maintained across the city of Lancaster. We maintain an extraordinary number and extent of facilities for a city of our size, including City Hall, Central Market, Police Headquarters, Fire Stations 1, 3, and 6, the Operations Center, Lancaster Rec, and many others. It also includes our wastewater treatment plant and our 2 water treatment plants and all of their ancillary facilities, pump stations, water tanks, retention facilities, etc. We maintain 25 parks comprising 219 acres. That's about 1/4 the size of New York's Central Park, plus 22 playgrounds, 7 pools, and 4 splash parks. DPW's response during the pandemic has been extraordinary, in huge part due to Donna Jessup with Ryan Hunter, Craig Kreider, and Fredo Pagan, among many, many others, including our custodial team deep cleaning any office, work location, or holding cell necessary as required, overseeing the short-term and long-term facility retrofits of City Hall and other of our facilities to create COVID-safer working and customer service environments, installed porta potties throughout the city during the warm weather, provided PPE wherever necessary, implemented public dining and retail regulations that allowed for 2 centrally located public dining locations and outdoor dining for more than 30 restaurants in every corner of the city. During this period, during the early parts of COVID, via redeployment to alternate schedules, useful data gathering, and training functions, DPW avoided furlough for all but 1 part-time staffer, thus ensuring that our vital infrastructure, maintaining the water and wastewater plants, and ensuring the smooth running of the basic services of the city continued, and avoiding job insecurities of essential staff with the added bonus of building up some of our data supports. We have also prepared ourselves and our various city departments for upcoming needs as the pandemic continues into the winter and into 2021. The city workforce being able to remain safe means that the citizens of Lancaster can safely quarantine, work, and tend to their families with no worries about whether city services will be available. 2021 goals of parks and public properties includes the City Hall COVID and security retrofits. Chris had mentioned part of that earlier. This will be completed in early 2021 and will allow for safer way of doing business. This will include a new permitting counter. Select treasury transactions will be at City Hall so that we are supporting a one-stop shop. Workspaces will be retrofitted for more flexible and hoteling space. Technology improvements for more streamlined and digital processing and social distancing, and handicapped accessibility improvements at Duke Street entrance, which may be a later phase of this retrofit. Security retrofits throughout other city facilities are included, and facility condition assessments to be initiated as a means of better capital planning and facilities management, as well as cross-training of our staff to best management practices and green infrastructure maintenance. DPW collections portfolio led by Bob Ludgate manages and maintains 783,000 linear feet of gravity sewer mains in our system. That's 148 miles, and 31,367 linear feet of forced or pumped sewer mains. That's almost 6 miles. They also administer approximately 3,000 stormwater inlets and more than 3,300 manholes, including those in Lancaster Township and Manheim Township that we own. Most of our wastewater infrastructure is in pretty good shape, even with more than 3/4 of it being more than 50 years old. We are currently relining approximately 5% of the system per year, which means that the most vulnerable sections will be relined within 5 to 8 years. DPW's water transmission and distribution portfolio, led by Donnie Kirchner, manages and maintains 3,300,000 linear feet of water transmission and distribution lines. That's 627 miles of line. Our water infrastructure is in a variety of conditions, and our most problematic infrastructure is that which is made of steel, which is rusting and getting weak, and is more than 65 years old, comprising a very critical 2% of the infrastructure, and that which is made of asbestos cement, which is more than 55 years old, comprising 7.4% of the infrastructure, and is a bit temperamental, if I can put it that way. Many of our water main breaks are within the asbestos cement category. The large diameter pipe project from Oyster Point to the city addresses one of 3 segments of the steel pipeline, and the condition of some of this water infrastructure is why it is so critical to get us into a 2-year cycle of PUC adjustments to keep the momentum of planning and of the upgrade of replacement of essential infrastructure. DPW's water meter shop, led by Mark Kelly, maintains 49,500 meters in our system as of November of this year. 47,000 meters needed to be upgraded to the new radio frequency technology for remote reading. 45,000 of that, or 96%, has been done to date. The remaining 2,000 are planned for upgrade in 2021. All new meters being installed by private development are using the new technology. This will allow us to start doing accurate monthly meter readings sometime during 2021 and avoid the sticker shock of quarterly readings where a leak may have been present but unnoticed for many weeks. We have approximately 44,000 residential customers and more than 5,000 commercial industrial customers who are large volume users. And we have approximately 150,000 consumers or users of our system, which accounts for approximately 25% of the county's population. The 2021 goals for collections, T&D, and meter shop include the following. Finish the water meter upgrade project, those final 2,000 remaining holdouts. Continue to install the 42-inch and 30-inch redundant large diameter transmission main between Oyster Point and the city. That's approximately 45,000 linear feet or 8.5 miles of infrastructure. We are currently replacing and relining our sewer lines at a rate of approximately 5% per year. And at this rate, it would take nearly 20 years to completely reline a system. Assuming the brick and terracotta infrastructure is in reasonably good shape, it will still take about 5 to 8 years to repair and reline the worst parts of the system. We are currently replacing and relining our worst asbestos concrete water line, about 7.4% of the T&D system, at a rate of 1.5% per year. This is a rate too slow. At this rate, it will take 65 years to replace this problematic infrastructure. We need new and more aggressive strategies for replacement and upgrading so we can get ahead of the main breaks. It costs anywhere from 1/4 to 1/3 less for us to self-perform the work of trenching and repairing main breaks than to contract it out. Further, the cost of repairing a main break is more than 4 times the cost of preventative maintenance and relining a pipe, which significantly reduces the occasion of broken mains. Using our own forces to self-perform is one method, to actually accelerate the work. Other construction and operations goals for 2021 include cross-training and utilizing our own forces. We can, as mentioned, we can perform a third more work by self-performing our trench paving and streets bureau based on a several-month analysis of work completed during our COVID-induced redeployment. We by self-performing trench paving with our collections and T&D forces. Through training and resource pooling, we can realize up to a 50% reduction in costs associated with utility restoration work through the utility systems. This is the start of a strategic long-term change in the way we operate to reduce costs and increase control over project delivery. This will not only save dollars we borrow against, it improves job security, morale, and the ability for DPW to be a source of not only one good job, but one good career. We will begin with streets, wastewater collections, and water T&D equipment operators and laborers, and will begin working across bureau lines on larger collaborative projects that we would normally perform with outside contracted help. We will initiate facility condition assessments, buildings, and utility infrastructure to get a better handle on capital planning and management. The Groff's Run daylighting and restoration project will be completed in 2021, restoring a historic stream and reducing our CSO burden. And the West King Fire Station will be ready for occupancy in June of 2021. East King will start and be completed by the fall of 2022, and the South Tank construction continues. Solid waste and recycling is its own enterprise fund. Under the experienced and dynamic management of Mike Devaney, who lives and breathes solid waste and recycling, this bureau is becoming an effective and efficient machine, and we fully expect it to be a profit sector and an example for the region in the near future. 75% of its budget is related to hauling costs and tipping fees. Increase in costs is due in part to US loss of recycling markets in China, which has resulted in the implementation of recycling processing fees. In addition, disposal volumes increased by 200 tons per month due to the COVID outbreak and reduced commercial municipal solid waste. Projected disposal remains high in 2021. And the price increase in hauling costs is due to a new contract. The old one had expired. The new one provides greater flexibility with the hauling, greater accountability by the haulers, and sets a higher standard of performance and remedy for work incorrectly performed. We are projecting conservatively for solid waste and recycling. However, even during COVID, our tonnages of solid waste and curbside recyclables increased. Recycling drop-off total tons went down, again due to COVID, where although we had lines down the street at times and use of the facility on New Holland was in high demand, there was a drop in overall tonnage. Stormwater and recycling goals for 2021 include further expansion of the Adopt-A-Block litter collection program, increasing participation from its current 195 volunteer individuals and groups to over 200, creating an opportunity for residents to pick up compost made from their yard waste at the recycling drop-off center, continue to produce educational videos to educate residents on proper recycling at the drop-off center, anti-littering, and proper solid waste and recycling guidelines. The reorganization of DPW has combined both utilities, water and wastewater, into a single division under the expertise of Christine Volke-Hilditch. Her background, experience, and commitment to this work ensures Lancaster's potable water is clean to drink and to use. The Utilities Division also oversees the responsible management of wastewater and our combined sewer overflows, and thereby is also responsible for Lancaster's consent decree to ensure that the water going into the Conestoga River is managed wisely. Starting with our wastewater system, the advanced wastewater treatment plant managed by Terry Dickel and located on New Danville Pike has a capacity of 32 million gallons per day. The system's infrastructure includes 8 pumping stations and a laboratory, and wastewater also maintains 14 pumping stations of the Suburban Lancaster Sewer Authority. 20 million gallons, or 2/3 of the current capacity, is treated daily and discharged into the Conestoga River. And the consent decree determines the management of Lancaster's response with US EPA and the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, and develops a long-term control plan to address the combined sewer discharges into the Conestoga. The wastewater fund budget remained rather constant, with some key increases in the following areas: collections, purchasing materials and trenching equipment to better self-perform and have more control over schedule and cost of work otherwise contracted out; pumping stations, where an additional vehicle is leased and salary adjustments were made for parity; and wastewater treatment, primarily staff increases, which included adding the pre-treatment inspector for the fats, oil, and grease, or FOG program, which is required by the long-term control plan, and 2 operators to cover weekend shifts. This will improve safety and hopefully it will reduce overtime. Wastewater is responsible to ensure compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, where we've been in compliance consistently for at least the last 2 years. Now that the fats, oil, and grease inspections program for restaurants, car washes, service stations, and other businesses is in place, which is a requirement for the long-term control plan, we can establish baselines for performance and move more confidently through the long-term control plan process. As mentioned earlier, the consent decree is a key responsibility of the Wastewater Bureau. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency requires a variety of submissions and approvals to ensure that we are properly managing discharges into the river via our combined sewer overflows. Among other things, this includes the FOG control program I spoke about, a number of reports, studies, and plans, and a public participation plan. Last week, some of you may have joined us for the combined sewer overflow control plan public meeting. People can continue to learn about the control plan and participate via the Engage Lancaster public participation platform that I believe you'll hear more about from the Department of Neighborhood Engagement. We also incorporate capital projects to increase our green infrastructure, such as the GI project at Groff's Run, whose construction will begin in January. The wastewater goals for 2021 include continuing the construction of the Maple Grove Pumping Station and Interceptor, the Eden Manor Interceptor, and primary electrical switchgear and transformer upgrades. We will continue the design of the second clarifier number 6 and oxygen plant improvements, including new controls, system, and energy savings oxygen vaporization system. Try to say that 3 times fast. And we will continue the water equality modeling report and alternatives analysis components of the consent decree. Lancaster's water system is also quite extensive. It is approaching an 800-mile distribution system. It has 2 water treatment plants, the Conestoga treatment plant run by Kurt Hargrove and with a 12 million gallon per day capacity, and the Susquehanna treatment plant run by Todd Neese with a 24 million gallon per day capacity. It also includes 6 storage tanks, the Oyster Point Reservoir, 4 booster pumping stations. It includes a laboratory and a meter shop to deliver drinking water to the residents and surrounding communities. 20 million gallons per day is produced daily, that's repetitive, at the Conestoga and Susquehanna treatment plants, and that continued even during the COVID crisis. Water is treated utilizing modern membrane treatment technology. The water fund increase this year is less than half of the 14.3% increase requested last year. This is in recognition of the tight times we are in, but also any increase is largely reflective of necessary regulated and mandated work to be performed. This includes administering the emergency generators and the Millersville Pike water main installation, as well as developing a system and protocols for regular, at least every 2-year, Public Utility Commission and DISC or Distribution System Improvement Charges applications. The water infrastructure is critical to the health and vitality of the city of Lancaster and its environs. Historically, the department has had challenges with accomplishing our capital plan in a timely manner. This year and into fiscal 21, we are shifting the paradigm. Even though we have a list of projects on the horizon, in the past, we have waited until the opportunity for funding comes along to request to do the project, and therefore have had to initiate design after funding is in place, which just delays the necessary infrastructure. The paradigm shift is to anticipate those needs, design many of the projects so that they will be shovel-ready projects that can start construction when the funds are available. This will improve our credibility with Penvest and other potential lenders, as well as create new opportunities to negotiate with developers and our utility partners. There were significant reductions in cost at the Conestoga water treatment plant. Part of this was timing, to get certain equipment in before the end of 2020. And some is identifying work that is actually capital eligible, such as pumps, and including it in the Penvest application. Grounds maintenance costs are also coming down. There were also increases in water administration, which largely went to ensure parity and staffing coverage, as well as engineering services to address the repair and expansion of our water system, which is key to new economic development in the Lancaster metropolitan area. There is much pent-up demand for development that is dependent upon this built infrastructure. Therefore, the budget shows an increase in professional services to address water infrastructure that is more precarious in order to avoid problems in the future. Examples are the phases after the current large diameter 42-inch pipe from Oyster Point. Going forward, the infrastructure cannot afford the delays of waiting for design before construction begins, so we need to increase design now. Again, and especially in water, we need to get more work performed. As noted earlier, we are replacing and repairing at a rate of about 1.5% of the vulnerable parts of the system per year, which will take about 65 years to resolve. We need to make greater progress in this arena, so more materials and equipment are allocated to T&D so that we can self-perform more work and increase that percentage, hopefully to 2% or more per year, while we explore other strategic solutions. Similar to the wastewater portfolio, most of the task of administration, laboratories, testing, etc., is to ensure that the water quality meets or exceeds the standards. The water of the city of Lancaster continues to be in full compliance as it has for the last several years. The water goals for 2021 include complete the large diameter project, including connection to Oyster Point Reservoir and cleaning and inspection of Oyster Point Reservoir. South tank construction is to continue. Start the construction on the emergency generators in Millersville Pike water main. Conduct a PUC rate study biennially and a capital planning for the distribution system improvement charges. Implement the Penvest loan for water main replacement and capital projects and close on the $10.5 million awarded just a few weeks, maybe it's just a few days ago. And at the Conestoga plant, to recoat the membrane tank, replace low and high service motors. And at Susquehanna, perform membrane replacement and replace low service gates. The division that most people probably know as stormwater has been recast as sustainability and the environment. Where the public right-of-way is about people's experience of the public spaces of the city, sustainability and environment, or S&E, is the city's place within the natural environment context. This includes stormwater and the trees that help absorb and control it, but also the aspect of trees that moderate the urban heat island effect, reduce your cooling bill, clean your air, and enhance your property value. The management of stormwater addresses keeping the streets and green infrastructure clean so as to reduce pollutants that go into the Conestoga. It enforces permeable paving. It mitigates water coming into the city from developments both within and outside the city, and otherwise looks to restoring and enhancing nature and its ability to enhance our lives. The Stormwater Fund has had a few adjustments. There have been some reductions due to getting people's salaries assigned to the area in which they perform work. In the last third of the year, Stormwater's fearless leader, Ruth Hawker, left for the private nonprofit sector to be an even stronger advocate for an environmentally healthier vision of the greater Chesapeake watershed. We have also added an urban forestry position to facilitate implementation of the urban tree plan. The city of Lancaster has a target tree canopy of 40%. We have been hovering at about 28% for more than a decade and are seeing even that number slip. In addition to the urban forestry position, funding to leverage the planting of more trees has been put into the grounds maintenance line. And professional services, design fees associated with GI projects and consent decree work, the PA one-call fees, etc., have increased to include GI projects such as Landis Drive, Longs Park Wetland, the GI components for the Water Street Bike Boulevard and for the South Duke Street, as well as support for the blue-green Little Conestoga Stream restoration. As described, the goals of sustainability and environment include green infrastructure projects in partnership with planned capital improvements. In construction, this includes Highland Avenue, Alley 117 Northeast, St. Joseph and Pearl Street. And in design, GI components of the Water Street, South Duke Street and Christian Street bikeways and multimodal. Urban Tree Management Action Plan implementation and increased tree canopy that was approved by council just a few weeks ago. Improved GI maintenance, work with Little Conestoga Green Foundation, and Longs Park wetland design. So, in the context of a more modest budget increase than in previous years, in the face of significant water infrastructure challenges, and in the midst of a departmental reorganization focused on greater efficiency, cost effectiveness, equity, and quality, I leave you with the following objectives that DPW is trying to attain. There it is. Vision Zero, the crown jewel of how we hope you will experience all things in the public right-of-way. Training and cross-training our staff so that we increase our bench of capabilities, can perform more work at less impact on the budget, have greater flexibility to meet the needs of the people of Lancaster, and provide career opportunities and career advancement for our staff, and job opportunities for residents of the city. Establish a 2-year cycle for Public Utility Commission rate adjustments so that we can maintain greater cash flow for the building and repair of our quickly aging utility infrastructure. Proactive capital planning, which requires having facility condition assessments of our vertical and horizontal infrastructure, which will allow us to plan our interventions rather than be in the position of reacting to breaks and other infrastructure challenges. This piece will take quite some time. And look to make more of our bureaus profit sectors in the Department of Public Works in the way that solid waste and recycling is. I have a great deal of confidence in this team for us to do the work and always serve the city with high quality work, equitably provided throughout the city and in a very cost-effective manner. This is what the city's core values of quality, teamwork, integrity, and respect are all about. And in DPW's dedication to your quality of life, we continue to emphasize the public in public works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. I have a question to open up questions. You had mentioned that, and I think that this is an efficiency that you identified early on and will continue, the self-performing of work and how that will help make the Department of Public Works a career for people, which I think is fantastic. I'm wondering if there is any room for, or the need right now for training individuals for these specialized duties, if there's incentives for training, or if we are instead looking to hire people with different skills, and if there's any sort of job development that could tie into some of these things.
Very, very good question. Our primary focus is to be training within, that to be identifying people who have some of the skills that we're looking for, but may not either have the practice or have the credentials that might be necessary for them to take on the role that we hope that they would take on. We are looking to how we can partner with the local universities. We are so blessed to have Stevens Institute right here, where we need them to be able to train not only people who are interested in our professions, but to be accessible to the citizens of the city of Lancaster, so that they can see, and hopefully we can paint the way that Lancaster and Public Works is a good place for them to come to work.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any other questions from council at this time?
Councilor Baker, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Campbell, first of all, I want to thank you and the department for all the great changes as we go into this new budget and all the hard work that your teams do. Public Works is a department that, regardless of whatever happens in any of the other department, if your department's not up to cue, then everything's a failure, in my opinion. Saying that, I also want to ask, as all the cross-training goes, how will the salary increases affect the budget? If there will be any salary increases because of cross-training?
So it's a very, very good question. It'll be a much more gradual increase. Our hope is that we will, as people become certified or have the ability to take on a responsibility that's above what they're currently doing, we will either make that position available for open bid so that the person trained can move into it, can apply for it. As you know, our HR goals are that we would advertise internal to our current work staff first before going to the outside. So that further emphasizes reinforcement of our own working staff. If we do not yet have the need for that higher position, we of course will not open it, but our intention is that by looking for greater performance, both in T&D and collections, and having greater flexibility for people to use equipment in the different of the bureaus, that we will be building a broader base. When, where, and why we need to increase salaries, we will definitely do it. We've been able to do it successfully over the last few months. Part of that was due to a huge number of vacancies, and because there were shifts, that meant that there were some salaries that were either not being used or not being taken advantage of. We had so many vacancies, but we've been able to hire from within for the vast majority of those vacancies. And that will continue certainly for the next several months. Hopefully the dust will settle by about April to June of this coming year, and we will have the staff in the positions we need them to be, and then continue a robust training program. I envision, and with Matt Metzler and Chris Volke, we envision a kind of a training university or a training curriculum, so people can see a ladder to advancement, to career advancement, and that even if they're hired in a particular location, they see the pathway forward to be able to move up in the organization.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And this is a follow-up for Patrick. Patrick, how will this affect the negotiated contracts as we stand now in the current term?
So we negotiated a contract with AFSCME that covers 2020, 2021, and 2022. There are provisions within the contract for both sort of temporary assignment. So if somebody is working on training in a new position and they're working partially in that position, they would have a little bit of a bump in pay to recognize the fact that they're taking on additional duties through that training. And there are a couple of other provisions in the contract. So I don't think that we would need to do anything different in the context of the current contract. If something comes up where we're going through something that's unusual, that's not covered by the contract, we've typically entered into a memorandum of understanding with AFSCME and negotiated those as a separate item.
Thank you, Patrick.
Sure.
Councilor Bakay, that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, Councilor Bakay, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thank you so much, Director Campbell. I guess one of the questions that I have is, are we investing in any kind of like environment education campaigns that can help us reduce consumer waste?
The simple answer is yes, but in many ways it's not necessarily an investment. It's utilizing some of the skill sets that we already have. Mike Devaney, as an example, is tremendous. He's a subject matter expert in this whole arena, and he has spearheaded a lot of the public education videos that have been created up till now, and he will be continuing to do that. Where we can, I would love for us to tap into grants or other opportunities that can support that, by also working with the Alliance for the Bay. They are very focused on educational outreach, and so we are engaging them, continuing to engage them differently than we have in the past, so that there's outreach to schools, high schools, the community, youth groups, and others. They are also helping partner with us in the public information and public participation process, especially for things like the consent decree, for the green infrastructure, and for the urban tree canopy. But to the greatest extent possible, we are relying on the fact that, frankly, we have a very robust staff, many of whom are subject matter experts in this arena. We just need to be able to connect a lot of the dots and utilize the resources we already have. We're not specifically putting a lot of extra money into doing this public outreach. I also like to say and think that the public participation platform and Engage Lancaster will be a huge benefit in relinking a lot of these disparate resources to each other, so that the public, by coming on to Engage Lancaster, can see, I'm interested in stormwater management issues. Oh, I also see that keeping the streets clean is linked to this. Being able to plant trees and how to maintain a tree is linked to this as well.
That's really great to hear. Thank you. That's one of the things that I think like our community is, we're pretty ahead of the curve, I think, in a lot of ways in terms of being green, but I think that's definitely an opportunity that can also help us with cost savings. So that's awesome to hear. One of the things, and I know you briefly mentioned this, but I just kind of need a little bit more clarity, and if you could just briefly explain it to me, is, so I was reading and I heard you mention it, like the city planning to kind of have this like outside city water rate and a distribution system improvement charge. Could you let me know a little bit more in like layman's terms what that means?
So it may be better for Patrick to try to describe that, but in the simplest terms, we basically have, there's a number of capital projects that we know need to get done over the horizon. If we are not successfully fulfilling that work within a particular time frame, then the entities that make the money available to us at lower interest rates are less interested in working with us, or less interested in providing the lower interest rate. We need to get on a regular flow, a regular cycle, so that we can prove and rebuild the trust that's necessary with those lending institutions, that we are able to perform these projects. Many of them may be the smaller projects, but we need to build the trust so that when we do have major emergencies or major needs, it is not a huge a lift to have access to the funds that might be necessary. Patrick?
So it's a good thing I was just about to run out of my office before this question came up. So maybe I want to now. So a little bit of a clarification on what Steve just said there. So the Public Utility Commission, we're under jurisdiction for setting of customer rates, whether they're residential, commercial, or industrial, for any customer whose property is outside of the city border. And the reason for that is that we're effectively a monopoly, right? We're the only water provider or sewer provider in the immediate area. And Public Utility Commission doesn't have purview over rates inside the city because you're the rate making body, right? The mayor proposes a budget, you all and rate rates for water or sewer, and you all make that improvement, and you're answerable to the taxpayers, to the residents. Outside of the city, those folks don't have representation on city council. So the Public Utility Commission is the rate making body there. The issue that we've had in the past that relates to capital projects is almost the entire process for setting rates through the Public Utility Commission is based on what investment we have made in the infrastructure for the systems. So for the water system, they're going to look at the rate base, basically what have we invested in the system itself. And the vast majority, a large majority of the system is actually outside of the city and serves those non-city customers. So the PUC has, those customers are about 70% of our direct revenue into the water fund. What's happened in the past is we have gone to the Public Utility Commission for a rate case, gotten approval for a rate increase that includes an assumption of certain number of capital projects being completed within a year or two after the rate case is approved. What we haven't done a good job, we've done a good job in our rate cases themselves. What we haven't done a good job is actually completing the projects that we said we're going to complete. And for a whole variety of different reasons, engineering delays, COVID delays, delays in the South Tank, all the process that went into getting approvals through the school district and Lancaster Township. So there's a whole bunch of different reasons for it, but just in general, we haven't done a great job in getting those projects completed. And what happens then is when we go back to review the possibility for the next rate case, if we haven't even finished the projects that we said we were going to complete from the prior rate case, clearly that's not going to look good to the Public Utility Commission, and frankly, it shouldn't. So that's what Steve is talking about in lining up our rate cases with the projects that we've actually completed. And when we say we're going to complete a project by X date, that we actually complete the project by that date.
Great.
The second part of it is the DSIC, the DSIC, which is the Distribution System Improvement Charge. And I can't believe everybody doesn't just know what that is, right? So
shame on me.
Several years ago, the Public Utility Commission approved the DSIC as a way for public utilities to get dollars in their operating budgets through the rate making process to have current dollars to spend on capital projects for their distribution and transmission systems of their utilities. And the reason for that is right now what we have to do is we have to, for us, we borrow money through a bond issue, we invest in capital infrastructure, we put it in the ground or we put it in the plant, and then we go to the Public Utility Commission and say, hey, we did this work, we need to increase our rates to pay for the cost of the work that we did previously. That doesn't work well when you get on a timeline of 3 and 4 and 5 years between rate cases.
Right.
So the idea of the DSIC is that it is a percentage on a customer's bill that is, so it's current revenue that we have to use for capital infrastructure in the ground or distribution system improvements. So what it will do is give, if we get approval from the Utility Commission for this, we would have an extra percentage added on to customers' bills And all of that revenue would go directly to capital projects. And what it will do over the longer term is give Public Works a definitive known amount of capital dollars in their operating budget that they can put into infrastructure. And, you know, Steve mentioned during his presentation that we're replacing something like replacing or repairing 1% of our water mains a year. Well, that's 100 years, right? To replace the entire system. That's nowhere near fast enough. So we need to be making annual investments, and one of the ways to do that is through this disc charge.
Thank you. That makes a million times more sense for me. Thanks. And I guess the last question, the question that I guess I'll be asking kind of all of the directors in their presentations is, Director Campbell, from like your perspective around DE&I goals that you have set for your department, like what have been some of the things that you feel like have been successful this year, and kind of goals that you have around racial equity specifically within Public Works?
I thank you for that question. When I first got here, one of the biggest challenges that I saw was the disparity racially, and even though we have very talented female heads of divisions, the difference between the genders here in the Department of Public Works. So even before George Floyd's death, I was working closely with HR to try to develop some way that we could think differently about how we work with each other, how we treat each other as colleagues, and how do we appreciate the talents that each of us brings to the table. With the death of George Floyd, this of course has become accelerated, and I'm very proud of the team in having changed a lot of its ways of thinking about who we consider for jobs. There is a stronger tendency to look to not only the skill sets we currently have, but the skill sets that we could have either through training or by partnering people up, or by bringing people from one bureau into another bureau and giving them experience on equipment that they might not otherwise have had. We still have a long ways to go in terms of racial equity. There's a lot of people of color in the Department of Public Works, not necessarily evenly distributed vertically throughout the organization. So providing those opportunities for advancement, where people can lead, where people can take on initiatives and be able to show their stuff, is a huge part of what we're trying to do right now. It is a culture transformation. It's not just an initiative.
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate having you on board, a part of our community, and seeing that your dedication to this work is grand, and I'm excited to see what comes from it.
I'm very excited about it as well.
And I just want to give a shout out to Steve for partnering so closely with Sharon and our HR department to really be kind of a testing ground for some of the DEI work, and to really launch that as one of the largest departments within the city.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thanks,
My
Mayor.
pleasure.
That's it for me, Councilor Baker.
Thank you.
I
Anyone
have
else?
a question, Councilor Bakay.
Go right ahead, Councilor Diaz.
Mr. Campbell, I know that it's really hard to predict, but do you know when all the stormwater projects will be complete? Because I know especially like the rain is going to come. I'm sure snow hopefully will come. But I just kind of want to know about, the fact that we still have the overflow issues, and, what are we looking in the future to hopefully, protect our environment and our wildlife.
So this is a tremendous segue into the advertisement, if you will, for the long-term control plan and the CSO presentation, et cetera, that we're underway with. The consent decree has basically a 20-year window, and we're basically at the end of year 2 or so. Maybe we're a little bit into year 3 right now. The long-term control plan, which is where we have a lot of outreach to the community, is taking place as we speak. where we'll be looking at a variety of alternatives. And those alternatives need to look at what is useful for the system as well as what is affordable, what will have the least or the most beneficial impact on our budgets and our tax dollars and our rates. And this part of the process is going on for the next 2 years. Once there is an approved long-term control plan, then we will have actually schedules where we can put in certain capital programs, capital projects, etc. In the meantime, under green infrastructure, there are several GI projects that are currently underway. Groff's Run, for instance, will be starting construction in January, and many of our public right-of-way projects do incorporate green infrastructure as a natural course of their development. So if you ask a question, when will the GI projects be completed? My hope, in essence, is that they never will be, that there's always more improvement to be made. But I'm hoping that within the next 2 years, we'll be in a much better position to say, this is what we are doing, what we can do, much better engagement by the public so that they are advocates for what needs to get done, rather than looking at these things saying, I don't know what's going on here with all these weeds in my front yard.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you for your presentation. It was, it's good to show sometimes visual for those in the community that don't understand what public work does. But thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure, believe me.
Councilor Bakay, if I could jump in with one correction that I should have noted in the Public Works budget, and this isn't on Steve, this is on me. On page 219 in the staffing schedule, there is there's one salary that should have been allocated based on a percentage, and it wasn't. So the full salary of that individual, one of the DPW deputy directors, should actually be allocated at, I think it's 47 some percent. So that little mistake represents a savings of about $72,000 in the Public Works Water Fund budget. So we'll make that. So we're already, knocking dollars out of the budget before the year starts. So we'll make that.
Meeting's over, we're knocking dollars out of the budget.
We'll make that correction, and I'll send out a corrected page, or actually pages for everybody after we make that correction when this process is all done.
That's great. Thank you, Patrick.
Sure.
All right. I'll take any other questions from council at this time before we move on.
Just a quick comment, Councilor Bakay. Just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Campbell, and if Mr. Delfs is still on the call, thank you to him as well, because both of your departments, since I think both of you have joined the city, I've seen tremendous improvements. I think not only in the way that you guys are looking for efficiencies, but the intention that goes behind a lot of the projects that you all do, and making sure that our city operates in a new way. So just wanted to express my gratitude. And even, as I go through runs throughout the city, just kind of seeing visually the difference in certain areas has been pretty cool. So just wanted to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. That further justifies my having arrived here. Thank you very much for the opportunity for presenting a budget to you, and I'm still available for the rest of the session as well. And of course, you can ask me questions at any time for any reason.
That's terrific. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So at this point, we are behind in our agenda, which is honestly to be expected because we're on Zoom and it's 2020 and everything is weird. But I'm going to propose that we just continue. Our next department is public safety, and I'd like to get through that one before we do take a break. So unless anyone has any objection to that, I'm going to say we just kind of go on through. We press on. Okay, I'm seeing nodding. That's good. All right, so it looks like Captain Umstead is going to be joining us. Is that true? Maybe not.
Yes, and Lieutenant Fry is on as well.
I see. Okay. Welcome.
Yes, Captain Umstead should be joining us shortly here.
Perfect. Okay. And Lieutenant Fry, do you have the presentation or are we waiting on Captain?
We're actually waiting on the captain. He's in another room right now. There he is.
Got it. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're here from the Public Safety Building. We're trying to socially distance here. So let me see if I can get this PowerPoint to share.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll help you out as best we can.
Okay. All right, I hit share and nothing's happening. You guys seeing that at all?
No.
Yeah. You started with the share screen at the bottom of Zoom first, right?
No, hold on. Oh, here we go. Okay.
It looks like we're seeing at least part of your screen with PowerPoint. Can you maximize that screen?
There you go.
There we go. Good. Okay.
Yep, you got it. Thank you very much. We are all ears.
All right. You guys seeing it?
Yes.
All right. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, since we are behind and we're coming up on lunch, we'll try to keep this as brief as possible. So I'll start with our mission statement, and this has been our mission statement for several years: to maintain the highest level of integrity and professionalism in providing service to our community. And this is a graphic a breakdown of the divisions within the Police Bureau. The Administrative Division, which includes our training, support services, records, IT. The Patrol Division, which is referred to as the backbone of the department. That's the uniformed officers. We have 4 platoons. We also have patrol services, the school resource officers, canine and mounted, all within that, our selective enforcement unit, and fairly new, our community outreach unit, which includes Sergeant Morant and our social worker, Leilani Tran. Criminal Investigation Division is our detectives, which are split into Violent Crimes Unit and Property Crimes Unit. And within that, the Special Investigation Unit, which handles crimes against children, sex crimes. And then we have an auto theft unit that is mainly funded through grant money, and our evidence techs. We also have, if you see up at the top, our Professional Standards Office, which is a lieutenant and sergeant who investigate complaints, both internal and external, and Media Relations, which is Lieutenant Hickey, our PIO, who moving forward, we're going to have report directly to the Chief of Police. That used to fall under Patrol, and then it was under Admin. It just makes more sense to have that direct connection with the Chief. So we've been busy, and we weren't sure what this year was going to look like. It seemed that our call volume was getting a little less during COVID, but we're pretty much on pace to be on average with what we've handled in years past. As of today, we're looking at, we've responded to approximately 45,000 calls for service. The graphic you see was made up through the Harvard Bloomberg study, and it shows what percentage of calls, the majority of calls we're answering. And we're not constantly going to dire emergencies, that we're not constantly going to shooting, stabbings, robberies. It's the mundane stuff that really makes up a bulk of the calls, the traffic stops, parking complaints, car accidents, alarms, disturbances, just neighbor disturbances, domestic disturbances. That's the bulk of the day-to-day work of our officers, and we get a lot of those calls, and many of those are repeats. And that's one of the things that we're trying to utilize our social worker is to reduce some of those repeat calls. And if it's a disturbance, neighborhood disturbance type of problem, what are the underlying factors with that? There's usually something. It's maybe there's drug addiction problems, alcohol problems. There's domestic abuse issues, and getting people hooked up to those social services to fix the problem rather than us just keep showing up and putting band-aids on them. So it's 2020 has been a year like no other. In my 28 years, I've never experienced a year like this one. We've been through a lot, and our officers have, we can't shut down, and we didn't shut down during the early stages, and they were still out there on the front lines every day. We were constantly adjusting the way we did business and our staffing, and just managing that and trying to figure it out and find our way how we get through this pandemic without reductions in the quality of service and the amount of service we provide. And so far we've been managing it. We have recently been seeing some COVID related absences, either for positive tests or contact tracing with some of our employees, but we're making it work, and we're doing our best to keep everybody safe. We've had tremendous support from the community early on. Especially it was hard for us to find PPEs, gloves, hand sanitizer. Donna Jessup, I have to give a shout out to her. Even though she's retired, she did a tremendous job working with our quartermaster Michelle Dunn to get supplies that we needed. Just being creative, because we couldn't always find them through our usual vendors. And I know Michelle went to Thistlefinch Distillery on Grant Street, and they gave us hand sanitizer that they were making there in the distillery. And Donna just reaching out all over the place and scouring the internet and trying to find supplies to keep our officers safe. We also had protests in following the nationwide protests surrounding the death of George Floyd. We had demonstrations and protests in front of the police station that went on for several days. And despite some tense moments with that, I'm proud to say that our community and our officers kept things mainly peaceful. Our officers went and engaged in dialogue with the protesters. Many of them did that on their own without being told to do so by supervisors. And we listened, and we are continuing to listen, and we made it through that without with anybody being seriously injured or any major property damage. And then again on September 13th, following an officer-involved shooting, we had more protests. And while there was some property damage and arson, we were able to follow up on that and identify the persons responsible and made several arrests. So what do we do moving forward? Our existing partnerships, which existed before the protests between the police department and community groups, were crucial in maintaining order and peace during the demonstrations. Community leaders and stakeholders served as liaisons between protesters and police, and we continued to meet with community leaders in an effort to improve police and community relations. Having that in place, well, I'll say if we didn't have that in place, I think I know things would have been much worse, and we would have seen the problems that some other cities faced during the nationwide protests. And again, that was just crucial that we had that in place, and we're going to continue to maintain and build those relationships. All right, so I mentioned our social worker, Lulani, has worked with many individuals over the past year, actually since last fall. She is very supportive and helpful to our officers, and they are very appreciative of her work, and they give her more work. When they go to calls, they do not hesitate to provide referrals to her, because they recognize the value of that follow-up and maybe preventing them from having to go to that same address over and over and over again, where she might be able to find a solution to help them solve a long-term problem. one of the projects she's working on right now is a special needs registry. If Lieutenant Fries wants to talk a little bit about that, I know he's been spearheading that and getting that underway. I think you're muted.
Yeah, okay, I can speak to that. So special needs registry, I mean, first of all, I'd like to say we were very fortunate to have Ms. Tran work for us, because when she came to the job, she brought her own ideas, which was greatly helpful to us, and the special needs registry was her idea. It's a model that has been used across the country. Matter of fact, Manheim Township had just rolled it out just before COVID-19 became an issue. So they didn't have a lot of experience with it, but we met with them. And here are some of the real important things about the special needs registry. It's 100% voluntary. People will have the opportunity to sign up. The form that will be done, it's gathering information. It can be anything from mental health issues to current medical issues that addresses, and the address would be registered with us. We would provide them with a special needs sticker, like you see on the picture in the bottom right of the screen. That would be put on the front door of the house in a specific location, so that EMS, police, or anybody that goes there is going to, if they approach the house, they're going to see instantly that it is a special needs registry address. Also through Lancaster County-wide communication, we're going to have information filed with them, so that when an address is identified as a special needs address, they will actually be able to provide us with that information when an officer is dispatched to that address. And depending on the circumstance, that can either allow the officer to look up what the special needs situation is to better respond to that address. And in a lot of cases, we can have our own community service aides give us that information if it's something that the officer doesn't have time to look up. So we're looking forward to that. Manheim Township has already had some great successes as far as medical care for people. And I think that's going to be a big help moving forward.
Thanks, Lieutenant. And as you see in the last line there, we are currently in the process of hiring a second social worker. Leilani needs help. She's overwhelmed, and there's definitely a need for that. And things are progressing well with the one candidate, and we're wrapping up her background investigation and hope to have that completed soon. All right, Sergeant Morant is also, he's the sergeant in charge of the community outreach program or outreach office. He co-chairs the community police working group, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, which works with many stakeholders and community organizations, and is working to just improve that level of trust and cooperation between the Bureau and the public. Some more highlights of the community outreach: partnered with food banks and other groups to deliver food to citizens. They've met with homeless population about COVID-19 protection and the importance of wearing masks and social distancing. They've helped with recruiting and hiring efforts, and with the assistance of, well, actually the leadership of Detective Harnish, who's been working on our background investigations, and our IT department. They've created an actual separate website for police recruitment, which we hope to be rolling out soon. And even with COVID and the restrictions that put on what we normally do as far as community outreach and meeting with groups, they've been creative and been conducting Zoom meetings and finding other ways to continue that outreach. Binns Park has been, there have been issues, and our selective enforcement unit, in response to complaints of drug activity, conducted a 45-day investigation, and that resulted in approximately 20 felony drug arrests, mainly for K2, synthetic marijuana. And this was coordinated with not just the police department, but other city departments. And then a thorough cleaning of the park was conducted after that detail. We have responded to traffic complaints in various ways. We purchased 2 trailer speed signs, billboards that let people know what their speed is. Those were purchased through a grant. And they also are interactive signs that can measure traffic counts and capture the speeds of vehicles, so we can determine what areas we need to target our enforcement and where to place the signs. All right, I'll move into training. Training again, this is kind of a repeated theme with COVID. Was a challenge. Many of the off-site classes, the elective classes that we had signed up for, our officers had signed up for, were canceled due to COVID. But we still managed to attend department-wide over 5,000 hours of training. Some of that was done remotely. Some was in person, and officers sat through classes wearing masks, and we're still able to participate in some elective training. All of our officers completed our state mandated in-service trainings, and we completed all of our in-house training on use of force and defensive tactics and our annual firearms training. Our defensive tactics, use of force, again, we had to adjust that. We weren't able to do our hands-on rolling around on the mats in-person self-defense and use of force training. So we had to shift that a little bit through more classroom training. And we actually, it kind of worked out because the state police offered civil disturbance training at Hershey and over several days, and they were 2-day classes, several sessions. And I think we managed to send about 50 of our officers to that. And those officers, especially the supervisors and the members of our training cadre that attended that, brought that back here. And we use that as our fall use of force training. So now every officer in this department has been given that training. We sent many of our supervisors to trainings for supervision and leadership. We have a very young group of supervisors right now that don't have as much experience. So they were fortunately able to attend some of these that were still held despite the COVID outbreak. And Sergeant Greathouse completed the Leadership Lancaster Core class, and a number of different academies, FBI Academy, Northwestern Academy, for some of our up and coming supervisors. So looking forward to 2021. Our biggest challenge is maintaining our staffing levels. We, by January, will be down to, I think, 133 sworn officers. We are budgeted for 145. And we also have the added challenges of, and this is every year, it just seems, especially this year, with some officers on long-term injury, FMLA leave, the occasional COVID leave that we're facing. So we have a number of officers that are also off duty, making it challenging. We've been using overtime to fill our minimum staffing levels, and that's not a real sustainable way to keep your staffing. Officers are getting burned out, and often tends to be the same officers that sign up for the overtime. So we want to make sure that they're not getting overworked and burned out. So our goal is to continue with the hiring process to fill those vacancies and anticipate the retirements that we know are happening. We know of 4 definitely in January, probably another 2 in 2021. By 2023, we'll have 16 officers that would be eligible for full retirement. Again, I mentioned we hire a second police social worker. We want to continue our community engagement and outreach. We have a plan in place that we would like to implement a community outreach group. This would be similar to our the SOG overtime details, but less of a focus on enforcement and more of a community engagement. Go out on foot, go out on bike, talk to people, and do more of a community outreach as an overtime detail. Officers that would they would have to go through a training program before they could sign up for that overtime. So that was one thing we were talking about. It kind of got tabled because of COVID. We also want to expand the role of our public information officer, and I think having him report directly to the chief will give him more ability to do that and push out more of our positive stories and the good work we're doing on social media. Again, some other projects we're working on is continuing a 2019 project, Blueprints for Addiction Recovery. We're working on the Vision Zero program to eliminate traffic-related deaths and injuries. We mentioned the special needs program. We also have a model in place for an in-house supervisor training course for our new sergeants. And not necessarily new sergeants. There may be some that I think it would benefit everybody. And this would be, I believe, a week long, maybe 2 weeks, where we would train them, cross-train them, and have other city agencies come in. We would have a day where HR would come in and just talk about FMLA and heart and lung and sick policy and just any topic that would be beneficial for our supervisors to have experience that they may be undereducated on. We're also preparing for the retirements of some of our canines and horses. We have a couple horses that are getting up there in years. We just purchased one new horse and are looking around at some other ones and planning a succession plan for our animals. We also want to update our police website. It is in dire need of an upgrade, and it was state of the art when we rolled it out, but that was many years ago. We'd like to make that more friendly and centralize some of our social media platforms. We're continuing to expand our recruitment efforts. Detective Harnish has been taking the lead on that. He's still assigned to detectives, but his primary job right now is background investigations and recruitment. He's been doing a great job with that, and has spearheaded some efforts, one of which included getting all the background investigators on page to contact every candidate that applied to take the consortium test this year, which was, I think, almost 300 people. And they reached out to them either through emails, phones, texts, and kind of told them some of the benefits to recruit them to apply for this department. So right now, as I mentioned, we have eight vacancies that will increase over the next month. Since 2011, we've hired 66 officers, and we've had 73 leave, either through retirements, resignations, or other means. And we plan to welcome a new chief, an interim chief. Chief Bay is slated to start on Monday, and we welcome him and are looking forward to getting him on board and assisting him with whatever he needs to hit the ground running. And I know we're all looking forward to that. So just jumping back a little bit to the hiring challenges we face. This is a graph that I put together starting back in January 2011, and our budgeted officers since then has been 145. And as you can see, we hit that twice over the past 9 years, and not for very long. In some cases, it was maybe a week where we hired one or two, and then we had people retire or leave for other reasons. So it's been a challenge, and we hit a period where we had been hiring large groups of officers. We had academy classes of 8 to 10 officers, and they all started hitting retirement age, and people left. And it's definitely been an ongoing challenge, and something that we're going to continue to work towards in filling our staffing levels. This shows, as I mentioned before, we are part of the Lancaster County Consortium, and this shows how many, the bar on the left shows how many actually passed the written test. Usually they start out with about 250 to 300 applicants. Of those, a percentage of them don't even show up to take the test. Another percentage fail the physical test. So by the time it gets to the written test, on average, it's about 150 to 160 candidates. And the second chart shows the ones that didn't apply to our department or withdrew for whatever reason. And then, so it just shows you how much the pool gets narrowed down through each group. And then we conduct our backgrounds and end up disqualifying a percentage of those. And some of those withdraw, and you see how many we actually end up hiring. We ended up hiring 7 at the end of 2019 and got them in the academy for 2020, which was sort of miraculous. We were scrambling at the end to try to get that completed. And I'm pleased to say that all of them, at least it appears that they're going to make it through the academy and will be graduating at the end of the month. And there they are. These are our 7 new officers that we plan on swearing in on December 22nd, and we cannot wait to get them up and running out on the street and to help with some of our staffing shortages.
And Captain, if I'm correct, if you just go back to that slide, I believe 4 of these candidates are Hispanic and 3 speak Spanish. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's just as we know, the continued building our bilingual capacity on the street remains important for the police and fire bureaus. Sorry to interrupt.
No, definitely. I 100% agree. Okay, so getting into the dollars and cents, which is why we're all here today. Again, this is from the Harvard Bloomberg study showing up what the bulk of our costs are made up of. Obviously, it's personnel costs. My little domain that I control is probably about 10%, I guess, of the total budget. The operating expenses, the salaries, the benefits, that's all determined through collective bargaining. But it does make up the biggest bulk of our budget. So for 2021, there's the number, a little over 27 million. This is a 1.4% increase. As you can see, that is the smallest increase that we've asked for over the past several years since I can remember. So everybody here has really done their part to try to find ways to hold the line. Again, I said I don't have much control over salary and benefits, but for operating expenses, Patrick and I have had discussions and just looking for ways to reduce or at least hold the line on our operating expenses. There are some things that did go up. Our operating supplies, we need a little bit more to cover costs for our selective enforcement unit. Dues and subscriptions went up slightly, mainly due to some new software and the recurring fees for software and some increases there. I tell Lieutenant Fry all the time, we got in the wrong business. We should have gotten the software business because, man, the prices they charge you for some of this is unbelievable but it's essential, and the programs we use and the software we use, it's definitely beneficial and makes our lives easier, makes the officers on the streets, their jobs easier by having a good reporting management system and different databases that they can enter and search easily. So the decreases are maintenance communication, which is mainly to cover our radios and communications equipment. We actually decreased that this year, and that was due to our ability to secure a DOJ loan, which will pay for our first year of payment on new radios that we bought this year. And then we're also seeing a decrease from our minor equipment, and that's because we're going to use some capital improvement project money to pay for our body camera and car camera lease. So for operating expenses, this is all the all the stuff that we use to get through the day, from toner to gas to ammunition, telephone, internet bills. We decreased that by $326,000 from 2020 to 2021. Some of our additional funding sources, we got a burn justice grant for $43,000, DOJ grant, which I mentioned. Well, bulk of that's going to the radios. Some of that went to purchase those speed signs I talked about. Our auto theft prevention grant, and we just recently are in the process of procuring a Keystone Community Grant for $25,000. We again have had tremendous help from the Police Foundation, almost $130,000 so far. Well, actually, that's their fiscal year runs from June to June, so that's just for 2019 until June of this year. They continue to provide us with tremendous support. They totally fund the K9 and mounted units, everything but the officer salaries, and have given us money for training and equipment that we've needed throughout the year. Any questions?
Thank you. I'll open it up to anyone on council that has questions.
I have a question, Councilor Baker. Thank you so much for your presentation, Captain Umstead. For me, I guess my first question really is related to the arrest that happened at Binns Park. So who all is involved within the selective enforcement unit, and what does their training necessarily look like? Because the reason that I'm asking is I actually also followed those drug felony charges as they were coming up. And I understand like the need for safety to be prioritized in public spaces, but those arrests ended up going mostly before Judge Roth, and some of these unhoused individuals ended up receiving up to $1 million bail. In fact, the majority of them were people of color. I would say all but like 2 were related to K2, which is really not the most intense of drugs that we would need to kind of be trying to immediately take action on. And my issue is that we inadvertently are playing a part in incarcerating individuals with substance use disorder instead of finding them their proper resources. And in these drug kind of raids, I don't know if that's a proper term, we're consistently incarcerating and charging people of color. So I'm wondering kind of what the selective enforcement unit looks like, what the training is, what the department's kind of doing to address substance use disorder more as mental health than a criminal issue, and what are the types of conversations taking place around drug investigations and how we disproportionately target people of color.
So before you jump in there, Captain Umstead, to talk about the SEU, I want to take a step back, Counselor, because there were a weeks-long effort that was coordinated with the county and BHDS and drug and alcohol to really address issues that were happening in Binns Park weeks and weeks before there was any kind of enforcement activity, so that we could identify, so that we could coordinate outreach and resources to the individuals that were in the park to link them up to drug and alcohol services to the greatest extent that was possible. And so that happened. And Jess, if you're on the call, you were involved in those coordination efforts. I'll also say that we were receiving complaints from some of the individuals that are regularly sleeping and who are remaining unhoused but remain in and around Binns Park regarding the uptick in the drug activity. And while you are pointing out that, you know, certainly as it relates to K2 as being sort of a lower level, we were also dealing with double-digit issues related to LEMSA responding on the scene for overdoses on a pretty daily basis. And also our public works staff, including one of our public works staff who's also an EMT who was finding himself in a really difficult position because he's not, he's wearing a public works uniform and that wasn't part of his job. So this
Correct.
is all just to say, in advance of the SEU stepping in, that there were a tremendous amount of time, energy, and resources that we were able to coordinate with the assistance of the county to address some of these concerns before we did any enforcement activity. So I just want to make that clear, because the selective enforcement unit was not the first response to the challenges that we were seeing evolve in Binns Park.
Yeah, I'll just
I really
echo that,
appreciate
Mayor.
that background.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that I was at a lot of those conversations with the county, along with Captain Stebbins, who is the patrol captain, looking into different ways to intervene and really, really prioritize mental health assistance, direct outreach, setting up tents, doing daily canvases, trying to get people into the day shelter and the emergency shelter, as well as into supportive services. Really, really push to have police engagement be the very last thing that we did. And ultimately really felt like after all of that work that there was also a deep concern that people who were experiencing homelessness at Binns were being preyed upon by drug dealers. And that was a big part of what we also wanted to address in coordination with people that were sleeping there, as the mayor said, who were complaining directly to us and saying they felt unsafe.
Yeah, I appreciate that background, because I know that from those particular arrests, a very small majority of them were actually unhoused. So I think that's a really important thing to note. And I do appreciate the background, because it wasn't, I guess there's not a lot of space on the PowerPoint to really give so much background on an expansive issue, which I guess my question really extending beyond that is, how do we navigate this disproportion around drug raids and people of color, and how are we investing intentionality around that? Because I know in the past as well, it wasn't just within Binns Park, it's in other drug raids that we've done within the community. The majority of times they end up resulting in people of color.
So I would say, Counselor, I would like to continue to have this conversation with our new chief of police, because he's going to be overseeing all aspects of our operations. And we can certainly go into more detail as it relates to the ways in which we identify. And there's a situation that's happening now that I would like to talk to you about as it relates to some ongoing investigative work, but it is information that it is confidential at this time, because we're dealing with a number of complexities. And so that would be a useful example to walk through in terms of how these drug rates come to be elevated, and what information is being provided to us, where that information is coming from, and the degree to which and how we are responding to that. And so there's two pathways that we have to talk about. One is how we're responding to identified needs in our community, in our neighborhoods, that are calling and requesting police action as it relates to a particular property or drug house. And then the other part of this conversation has to do with what are we doing to intentionally address drug use in our community, and to prioritize outreach and supports to communities of color.
Great. Yeah, I would love to continue that.
Yeah, I would like to have that conversation as well. And I think that it's very challenging, as you know, working in the drug and alcohol, in this field, to get ahead of it, and to get ahead of it in ways that it doesn't spark the kind of problematic properties and complaints in neighborhoods. And so that is a challenge that we have, and something that we need to continue to work on.
I appreciate it. Well, Captain Umstead, I guess that question was answered for you, and that's really the only one that came up for me. So I really appreciate your presentation, and thank you, Lieutenant, as well.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, I appreciate everybody jumping in there, and yeah, I would agree. This is part of a much bigger conversation, and something that I think Chief Bay is going to be able to work on with our patrol division, our investigative division. The Binns Park detail was kind of out of my scope, so I don't want to speak out of school. I can tell you that our selective enforcement unit consists of a sergeant and 5 officers. All of them are people that request to be on that unit. It's generally officers that have a very proactive and enjoy doing drug investigative work. They do attend numerous schools as far as conducting drug investigations, and much of what they do is complaint driven. And SEU does not just deal with drug complaints. They deal with quality of life issues. Sometimes they're out even doing traffic details. But a lot of it is complaint driven, and that was definitely the case with Binns Park, that we were receiving numerous complaints from the people that were staying in that area, from the workers in that area, from the county workers that were there, from citizens, and it was just, it was getting out of control and needed to be addressed. And as the mayor said, there were numerous other facets of that other than just enforcement. And I would even go back to, other than the drug complaints, we had complaints of people urinating, people littering, and trespassing. And again, for us, enforcement's a short-term solution, and especially for the minor offenses, it's a fine. And the people that were getting the fines, that they weren't able to pay the fines, and then they would get a warrant, and the warrant would just get thrown out. So it wasn't really solving the problem. So I think with it definitely needs to be a collaborative effort between not just the police department, but all city and even county agencies.
Captain, if I can throw in there, I think this might answer one of his questions. We also have the Second Chance program, which the captain mentioned earlier, and that is just another avenue that if an officer deals with somebody that is involved in narcotics, it's an avenue where the person doesn't get charged, and it provides them, it can put them on a path to gaining the services that they need. And trust me, we understand that the best way to deal with some of this stuff is getting the help so it doesn't become a recurring problem. So that's just something to keep in mind. And that Second Chance program, we want to continue to work with that moving forward.
Councilor Bakay, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
In reference to what Councilor Garcia was talking about, I also spoke or was in a class with Lieutenant Hickey, and I think Lieutenant Kevin, I think you might have been giving that class as well, in reference to anything that's very minor with pedophilia, any type of like marijuana. Most of the time, you guys just throw it away, crush it in the floor, send them along their way, tap them on the hand, because you figure, just like the Lieutenant Todd said, that it's an expense to go through the whole process, and they don't pay because a lot of them don't have the money, or the parent, it's mostly young children, they don't make enough for themselves to survive as it is. So I want to thank you, Lieutenant Kevin, for bringing that up.
And just to mention the K2, which was mentioned, K2 is one of these things, most people think of it as marijuana type product, but it's actually not. And a lot of people that we find that are completely down and out, passed out, they overdose on K2, because the problem is they keep buying K2 and they don't know what's in it. And then they use it and things happen to them and they can't control it. So the K2 is a big problem. And that started, I used to run SEU a number of years ago, and it started when I was in SEU. We didn't know what to do about it at the time. And it unfortunately hasn't gotten much better. It's still out there and still causing a major problem. So unfortunately, you have to deal with it.
I had another question in regards to the cost. I know you're going to be changing some of the horses, and they're going to be retiring. Is there a cost in purchasing the new horses that's coming out of your budget?
No, that's entirely funded by the Police Foundation through donations.
And in regards to the PAL program, Is that also funded by the police? I mean, do you guys, or is that something that's also donated through the community?
That is also all through donations. The police foundation actually holds the money that comes into that, if you will. They have a separate line item. They just kind of manage that because Josiah King is our PAL officer, and we don't want him having to deal with budgets and money. So any donations that come in, the bulk of it, I think, comes in through Annie Ann's, and that all goes into it's actually in the police foundation's account. But then if he needs money for that program, if he's taking the kids on a trip for a track and field meet or something, then he gets that money from the foundation. So yeah, that is entirely funded through donations. It does not come out of the general fund.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. I also want to extend an appreciation for all of you, because I know what you go through when it has to do emotionally or dealing with patients that are mentally unstable or people that are under drug abuse. It can be a very emotional thing for all of you. I have 6 officers in my family, so I know exactly how scary it can be having my niece that almost got abducted. So I understand what you all go through, and I appreciate the work that you do and the services in Lancaster County.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have a comment and a request. Thank you. Captain Umstead and Lieutenant Fry, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very thorough, and I appreciate all that the police department does. And Mayor, if I could be looped into the ongoing conversation with Councilor Molina, I would appreciate it. That's it for me.
Yeah. Yeah. And we typically have been having meetings as Councilor Garcia Molina as chair of the public safety, as well as President Smith Waddell, prior to council meetings. And I guess just at this time with Chief Bay coming on, I want to provide an opportunity for the Public Safety Committee and others. I know that Chief Bay will be reaching out to each of you to set up time to have a conversation, and we'll need to come up with a new strategy for those meetings, because I do believe that Chief Bay should be the primary liaison to the Public Safety Committee with Councilor Garcia Molina. And so, and forgive me, Councilor Craig, are you on the Public Safety?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So then I think it's just a matter of you getting hooked in together and moving those conversations forward. So I'll make sure that happens next week when Chief Bay lands on 39 West Chestnut.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
Councilor Bakay, if I may. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Captain Umstead. Just a couple questions regarding the second social worker. Is there a timeline for that hiring for the police department?
Soon, hopefully. Last email communication I had, they were wrapping up her background investigation, and things were progressing well with that. So I can't give you an exact timeline, but I would hope by the end of the year, or definitely in January.
Great. And just over the past year with our current social worker, are we anticipating, by hiring social workers, is that more just added value and resources, or do you see kind of a more operational efficiency with our current staff over the long term, being able to kind of redirect resources, seeing that as public safety is a very labor intensive department?
I would say both. Yeah, I think having a second person to help Leilani, she's close to being overwhelmed, and she has since day one come up with initiatives and ideas that I think we could expand upon. while we're not going to have social workers out responding to 911 calls, Leilani does sometimes ride along with the officers, and once things are stable at a scene, situation, she will go in, and if it's a need for social services, she'll right there at the scene start working that. On other cases, she'll just get the referrals. It definitely will help us operationally, and as I mentioned about our call volume, if we can reduce that and give our officers more time to be proactive versus responsive, that's an end goal of the social worker program, where it takes some of that off of their plate, where they're not constantly going to the same address over and over and over again for the same problem.
Great. And the last question was regarding the training hours that's anticipated for 2021. And maybe Mayor Sirachi can answer this as well. I know the city as a whole is looking into DEI training specifically. Does that include the police department, or will the police department have a separate, more specific training around DEI initiatives?
So I can jump in there, Counselor. Right now we did, as I mentioned earlier, we had our engagement survey that we are looking at the results from. Next week, I believe we're going to be meeting with with McLean to review those survey results. And then we have a strategy team that includes Captain Winters from the Police Bureau, as well as representatives from all of the departments. That strategy team is then going to be taking that data, and then we're going to be having a series of meetings, both to look at what it says about the city overall as an institution, and then breaking down into subgroups by departments. Each department then is going to engage in a planning process to identify what their needs are, and training is likely to be a need across all of the departments, but how that is delivered and by whom depends on the department, and the way that we're going to do that depends on the department. So, there are a lot of logistical considerations when in training, providing training, especially in DPW, police, and fire, just given the shift nature of the work, and bringing people in to do training means somebody else needs to be out. And so there will be DEI related efforts that are happening across every department, but what they look like, the content of that training is really going to be tailored to each department and bureau specifically. So it's TBD, but that's something that Sharon is going to be able to talk about in greater detail when we come back and share with you those results and talk about the steps that we're taking.
Got it. That's helpful.
And it's also been something that the police department it's been identified within the Bureau in a variety of ways that there are some additional training needs within the Bureau as it relates to DEI, but they're not an exception to the rule. We have those needs in every department.
Great. Yeah, that's all. Thanks for the presentation, Captain. It's very informative, and we all know it's been a challenging year. So thanks for all that you and your department does.
And if I could also just add, this is Captain Umstead's last and final budget. And so I do want to just acknowledge that. I know there may be more questions that are coming, but Captain, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything further. You've served the city for 28 years. You're retiring in January, and just wanted to acknowledge that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and it's definitely bittersweet. I'm looking forward to next chapter, wherever that takes me. But I will miss. I'll miss most of the people here. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
And this is also a time that we can just acknowledge that Lieutenant Fry is going to be taking over as captain of the administrative division. And that is why he is joining us today as well. And the captain, soon to be Captain Fry, has also a lot of years of service under his belt as well.
Thank you as well, Lieutenant, soon to be captain.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Thank you very much, Captain Umstead. Anything else from council at this time? Public safety. Okay, thank you again. We do have a break on our agenda. I'd like to continue to honor that because we've been at this for quite some time. It is now 1:25. I'm going to propose that we turn our 15-minute break into a 10-minute break and return at 1:35. If there's no objection to that, is our plan to remain on this call or leave and rejoin? I would prefer just to mute and turn my video off and come back.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so then we will reconvene everyone in 10 minutes, 1:35. Thank you. And I'll just mention that this would be a perfect place for that Jeopardy theme that we never got. So thank you. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Were you playing the Jeopardy theme, Zoe?
Of course I was.
I appreciated that. Thank you.
That sounded like maybe not the trademarked version, but
It was the 10-hour free version on YouTube.
We are in good shape then. Our budget meeting video will not get copy struck on YouTube, so that's good.
that's good.
That would be a real bummer.
So I temporarily changed my name to Budget Hearings Break because I noticed that that's what, it was my name that was showing up on the black screen on the YouTube. So I will
Smart. I
go
love
ahead and change that. Again.
You look good, Millsy.
Thank you. Put some lipstick on. Excited to be here.
Thanks for bearing with our lateness.
No worries. It's giving me more time to practice.
You don't need practice. You're a pro.
Sweet.
Sorry, Millsy.
No
Hey,
worries.
how are you?
Good, Counselor Arroyo. How are you doing?
Living the dream.
Yeah. It's good to see you guys.
You too, Millsy.
Santa too. How was it, Millsy?
Yeah, so exciting. You know, there's a lot of us that get our energy from being around people and seeing their joy. And let me just tell you, I just wanted to cry all morning long. Kids running out saying, Santa's here. I mean, it was just something really spectacular. And to do that with the mayor, Chief Little, who's awesome. And, you know, Sergeant Morant was there, Officer Martinez Bender, is that?
Bender.
Yeah. And it was just like, I mean, Mayor, we couldn't, like, we were emotional. Like, it's just.
I know. And Sergeant Luciano last night was like, this is like, I need this.
I know. It is just great. So, yeah, really appreciative to have that opportunity to bring some joy in our neighborhood. So, and we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
All of that.
All right, so I'm hoping everybody has returned. Here, I know it was rushed, so I appreciate everybody being flexible with the time. We are on our agenda at the Office of the Mayor and the City Council budget, which is usually the shortest part of our day. So we will begin that whenever you are ready.
Yeah, Mayor, do you want me to share?
Yeah,
Or do you have it?
Jess, thank you.
Okay, I'll do it and I'll just kind of advance. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. All right, this will be brief. Okay, so our budget this year, I just want to start with underscoring the remarks I made in my budget address about delivering services that are the highest quality, most equitable and cost effective. Are you, Jess, there it is. Okay, thank you. You're going to hear a lot about this when Patrick gets to his presentation about what's driving expenses. The next slide, pension obligations, medical expenses, and debt service. These year after year pension obligations and medical expenses, even though we have been holding the line and pushing down our medical expense costs in contrast to national averages, it's still a lot of money. Next slide. So what we are doing about it, all of the things we've been talking about, holding the line on our spending, using reserves, which this year we're using a lot of reserves, keeping finding efficiencies and keeping keeping our expenses as best we can under control. Jess, there you go. We'll go back to the previous slide for 1 minute. And then we are going to be looking at our fees, and Patrick's going to talk about this as part of our Maximus study, and then ongoing advocacy efforts. We did come up short this past year. That definitely our advocacy efforts were sidelined by COVID, but we are picking them up. In fact, they've already begun again in earnest for 2021, and I'll continue to loop in council as those advocacy efforts continue. Next slide. So this is a budget comparison. There's the main difference here is that the loop is going to be coming in under the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. Millsy's going to talk a lot more about that. There is a slight change of $24,700 in the solicitor line item, and that has to do with costs that are related to MAW continuing into 2021. And I am looking forward to being able to update you all in 2021 as I hope that we are coming to some kind of conclusion, some kind of agreement, not necessarily the conclusion of the fiber broadband efforts, but some resolution is in the offing. So that's something that I look forward to briefing you all soon. Next slide. So 2020 highlights, obviously the equity commitments, we've been talking a lot about those, but and they started before the demonstrations, but they certainly were ramped up following the demonstrations. COVID, contact tracing, the homelessness supports that we were able to put in place with the federal dollars we received, the behemoth communications efforts across departments as it related to COVID, both internally and externally, and Millsy is going to talk more about that. And then our eviction prevention efforts, again, a way that we were able to really highlight and utilize the federal funding that we received. DPW, we welcomed, and it's hard to believe, we welcomed Steve Campbell as Director of Public Works in January. What a year to start, you guys. So, and he's doing a fantastic job, as you got to see. And then also just continued changes in police leadership. Obviously a new captain coming on board, also a new interim chief, and looking forward to that. On the legal side, we really have benefited from having Barry in-house for this almost full year. And he's really been very influential in helping us to get started with Pen Bid, which is our new procurement process, which is helping us make sure that we're competitively bidding as much as possible to get the best price as possible for our city residents and taxpayers. On the data governance side, I want to give a shout out to Jess, who's been really working to pull together our data governance efforts, both by my participation, Jess's participation, Millsy's participation in the Bloomberg Harvard cohort. We've also been able to have a fellow who really helped push forward some of our data analysis, especially as it related to the Police Bureau. And now the ongoing work with the Center for Government Excellence at Johns Hopkins University, which is an engagement that Jess is spearheading with a number of our staff, including Susanna Thorson and Glenn Recknagel. I'm sure that there are others that are involved in that, but those are the two individuals that I know are carrying a lot of water on this. And then obviously, again, spent a lot of time in 2020 on advocacy related efforts, both at the federal level related to additional federal dollars to support state and local government, as well as in Harrisburg as it relates to the city's structural deficit and how we can address that with a long-term solution. Next slide. Going forward, continued work on the equity commitments, data governance, a major push around customer service with the integration of Loop and Done. Again, super excited about the possibilities here. The launch of 311 in the new year, this was a project that definitely got sidetracked in all the midst of COVID because this was something that we really had hoped to get done in 2020, and it just didn't happen. As well as you heard a little bit of Chris talking about a permit desk. And while we have a desk downstairs, really trying to think about how we are coordinating all of our permitting on the first floor so that it's a one-stop shop, that we are going to work on making that happen in person, and then put those systems and processes in place to make a more user-friendly interface online, such that all of our permits are accessible and can be filled out online and submitted. Hopefully contributing both to the efficiency of city operations, but also a customer service. Expanding our affordable housing tools. This goes directly to the heart of Councilor Diaz's question and others around affordable housing. We have just a tremendous more work to do here, and I'm really pleased with the direction of the conversations. Again, COVID really slowed us down in this regard, and then obviously stepping up advocacy efforts. Next slide. So why equity? I'm going to breeze through these slides very quickly. You all know this. We are a majority minority, and I need to, I want a new way to talk about that rather than saying majority minority. We've got a lot of people in the city of Lancaster who are Hispanic and African American and represent many communities from across the globe. This morning, there's this man and his family from the Congo who were so excited to see Santa and to have me as the mayor. I mean, he never had seen a mayor before and was like over the moon that I was like on his front steps, you know, with Santa Claus. So the diversity of our city is just a strength and an asset, and it's why we need to be moving forward with these equity initiatives. Next slide. Again, all information that you know, but 11.3% of foreign-born population is, you know, has been highlighted repeatedly as an asset to our community, our local economy, and enriching our neighborhoods in so many different ways. We also are a young city at 31 years in age, and I think that that's important to note as well. We keep struggling with that poverty rate and have a lot of grave concerns about what's going to happen as a result of COVID to that number, which was ticking down stubbornly and little by little, but now not sure what the next chapter is going to be for the city as it relates to our poverty rate. Next slide. And then median household income as a comparison to Lancaster County in Pennsylvania, it is too low here in the city of Lancaster, and continued efforts to address median household income is going to require a lot of different things, and also goes to the efforts that we are undertaking as a city, as Steve was talking about, not just one good job, but one good career, and how we are planning and continuing to engage for the staff transition that is naturally occurring as a result of retirements. Next slide. So I'm actually going to very briefly talk about these, because this really goes to the heart of the conversation that we are just having with Councilor Orio's question about training around DEI. But with Sharon Allen-Spann as the Leadership Development and Diversity Manager and the investment in DEI process, we are working across all of our departments to address diversity, equity, inclusion. Next slide. And then just briefly talking about this as it relates to public safety. You've heard a lot about this already. Next slide. Neighborhood engagement, you're about to hear a lot more related to neighborhood engagement. And next slide. And community planning and economic development. This was definitely something that Chris highlighted earlier in the day. So this portfolio of DEI activities across departments and individual departments and bureaus is something that is beginning to take shape I would say we are in the very early stages because we do not have specific plans in place related to DEI for each individual department, but that is a goal that we have for 2021. And it's something that I'm really excited about because it dovetails with all of the priorities that we've talked about as a city, and certainly since my time as mayor, and really positioning and elevating this work, equity related work at the heart and the center. And then the other pieces, specifically around diversity and inclusion, center around equity, and also our strategic priorities center around equity as well. Because there's no way to build strong neighborhoods if we're not equitably advancing the work of the city. There's no way to advance sound government, strong, secure incomes, and safe streets. So I'm excited to continue the work and appreciate that you all have been steadfast partners in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that for short?
You did it. Thank you. Very. Now we're going to dig into. We have already dug into a lot of that, and we're going to continue to dig into that as we continue. Are there any specific questions about that before we continue?
I have one question that just came to mind, Councilor Baker. With regards to our equity commitments, not particularly something that was mentioned, but I was just wondering, where do we stand on updating the HRC?
I'm going to kick that to Council President.
I was just about to say, hey, Councilor Garcia Molina. So,
hey.
Yeah, with the HRC, it's been frankly challenging, and I know that this is something that's been challenging on both sides. Where we are right now is we have a series of persons who would like to be appointed to the HRC, and that's quite good. And the thing that we have to weigh in the balance is possible changes to be made to the human relations ordinance. Now, this was something that I had reached out to the board and commission chairs of the HRC back in the late summer, early fall, and had asked if they would present directly to council so that we could engage in a conversation where we constructively engage them about changes in the ordinance. They preferred at the time not to do that for whatever reasons, and that's unfortunate. But where we're moving forward now is in January. We're gonna take a look at the ordinance, and we're gonna move some of these appointments through so that both the board and commission can have their quorum to continue meeting and moving along. And we'll be finding out who our chairs for the board and commission are going to remain or going to be moving forward. So I think, and that's something that matters not just, obviously to you on council, but to the public at large, that we have a fully functioning HRC, both on the board and commission sides going into 2021. And at the same time, not being able to have had that in-person dialogue and conversation. I don't want to throw council in a direction as is related to how the ordinance gets structured. And so I'll be clear about some of the things that I'd be looking for in the new direction for the HRC. Not only includes increased funding for their activities, but also some adjustments to the ordinance about how reporting is done, the role of the investigator. And this was just not a thing that I thought that without the active participation of the two chairs, we could do before budget season. So we're going to do it after budget season. Sorry, that's the answer to a very brief question.
No, that's perfect. And so I guess my question to follow up is, how did we land on them not presenting to council? Because that is a little bit disappointing. Like, how did we just kind of allow that to happen and not allow the opportunity to move forward?
So
like, why was that decision made?
And so I can't speak for the two chairs. They were asked to present to council in person, and at least based on the last voice-to-voice conversation that I had, that was something that we were going to move forward. I believe scheduling challenges and frankly Councilor Beke.
Well, you may finish, but I also have, basically I want to say that the ordinance as it stands right now does allow them to give a report in writing and not in person. So that could speak to some of the changes that we would be possibly looking for in the ordinance in the future. So
Sorry.
That's all.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, as it stands with the current ordinance, there is nothing that would allow us to kind of, I don't want to say mandate, but to require them to present themselves before council. They can just choose to present written.
Right. And I prefer to think of it not as present themselves before council, because I don't think anybody is looking for anybody to sort of prostrate themselves. But I think that where we ask, much like we ask from the police department on a couple of the ordinances that we ask, an in-person report is an opportunity for conversation in such a way that it's done constructively, right? So that we're not making decisions about how the HRC should function without open dialogue and communication with the HRC. And so that's one of the changes I personally would like to see in the ordinance. The HRC, frankly, deserves more opportunity, more resources, and more support, as well as a clearer direction from this body about what we want from them. And so that's what I'm hoping that we will be able to establish in January.
Okay, so the timeline really is January is when we'll be able to see kind of steps come to fruition?
I think that's yes. Short answer, yes.
Thank you.
May I step in?
Of course, Councilor Diaz.
They did, if I recall maybe a year ago, they did present, so I'm not sure exactly what, I don't know if it had to do with COVID or the way things have been lately. Possibly maybe that's why they were not able to also speak to us at the budget.
If I could add one other piece of information here. I got an email on Tuesday, I guess it was, from David Cruz, who copied Robert Diggs and Jasmine Craybill and introduced them as the new chairs of the Human Relations Commission. So Robert Diggs as new chair of the Human Relations Commission and Jasmine Craybill as the new chair of the Board of Directors. So I wasn't sure who had that information and who didn't have that information, so I thought I would just let you know that.
And just in the spirit of full transparency, immediately after this meeting, depending on when we close, I will be meeting with Mr. Robert Diggs to engage conversations on forward steps. I think we're meeting at 4 p.m. So, appreciate it, and we'll be able to say more. Yeah. Did I answer your question to your satisfaction, Counselor?
You certainly did. Thank you.
Great.
Anyone else before we move forward? Okay. Terrific. So then we will move right along in our agenda. Are we moving into Millsy, your presentation, or do we have a city council piece of this that we need to fit in?
Don't necessarily have to fit the city council piece on this. I can give you that in like 2 minutes.
Hasn't changed. So I think we'll forego that at this point, and
Yes.
we'll move on to the Office of Neighborhood Engagement and Millsy Carrasco.
Many buttons here.
There you go.
Okay. There we go. All righty. Well, thank you everyone for the opportunity to share with you the work of the Department of Neighborhood Engagement in 2019 and the future, or 2020, excuse me, and the future work for 2021. Lots happening, a lot of transition. As you've heard with everyone, every single director in all of our departments, we've had to transition through COVID. So before we get started, just wanted to go through 4 key areas that we're going to talk about. Engagement models, specifically a national model that a lot of directors of neighborhood engagement have adopted, as well as the neighborhood engagement model that I shared with you last year. Just want to reshare that with you as we start going into some of our programs, communications and engagement, and new initiatives for 2021. So the first thing I want to share with you is their resident engagement model through Cities of Service, who is a partner and a sponsor of Love Your Block. We developed with lots of other cities that are in the cohort a resident engagement model. And through the research of all of our cities, there was something that was really unique on the projects that were really successful, the ones that weren't as successful. And that key indicator was the strength of the leadership and the buy-in from top leadership in city government. And as you know, the mayor just starting this department was a step towards that. Her engagement in a lot of city initiatives and being present, pulling weeds, picking up trash, that's actually something, you know, I expected that mayors did that, but when I actually started to learn how other cities function, that's something really unique to have that involvement from your city leadership. Our cities identify challenges in neighborhoods. We're the first ones to see what's going on with crime, what's going on with our streets, what's going on with education. So we're identifying those challenges. But what's really important is when you're working with community to really deliberate and understand what those challenges are, listening to them, seeing what they're seeing may be very different than what city government's seeing. And together we're working together. And that's actually when you start seeing a lot of the impact and change into the neighborhood. So this is a model that also sustains engagement further past the project and builds a lot of trust. So this is a resident engagement model. The next model, actually, I wasn't even sharing that with you because I'm looking at 2 screens. I apologize. That's the resident engagement model. I'll give you a second to take a look at that. But you're seeing that also on your screens because I shared with you the presentation. So the next model is a model that we developed here, very similar, but this is really much more process oriented. We're meeting with residents. We're convening stakeholders within the city hall. We're working with outside partners in a very holistic way. We're looking at the data, really understanding what's going on beyond what we're just only hearing. We want to look at the data. And then we identify what collaborative programs we're going to work with. And as you know, the vision is building a stronger neighborhood. So the reason why I wanted to share that with you is I'm going to be clicking from 2 presentations to another. Is this is really the foundation of all of our programs. And, you know, we have a powerhouse, as you all know, of beautiful people that live in the city of Lancaster that's so unique to any other cities. You know, we're small enough that we know each other. We're small enough that we help each other, and we have just the biggest heart. And so the opportunity to really engage residents and give them that platform and that opportunity to work in community has been really extraordinary. So I am going to start with Love Your Block program. And so let me just click on over there. As you know, August was the end of our AmeriCorps Vista program and Cities of Service program. But the Love Your Block program is still going to continue, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that. So just want to share some stats with you. In 2019, we had 11 projects, and really 2019 was just setting up what Love Your Block is going to, how it's going to look, how we're going to measure success. But in 2020, we tripled those numbers, and so we actually had 34 projects. We had a total of 45 projects overall over the 2 years. In 2020, we had 1,844 total volunteer hours. We know we would have had more volunteer hours if it wasn't for COVID. That estimated approximately $30,000 in cost savings for the city. We engaged 250 new volunteers. We received 58 mini grant applications and awarded 45. And ultimately, we've built some really meaningful relationships and trust with our residents. Our social capital has increased in our connectedness into the neighborhoods. And what's really been exciting is aligning our city priorities with resident initiatives and residents. So there's this connection through COVID. It really forced us to think about this public participation and how are we going to start engaging with residents, because we can't meet one-on-one with them. And so with the champions that we've had, we've actually developed a new engagement process here at the city. You've heard a little bit Steve Campbell speaking about that related to Engage Lancaster, and we're going to also share more information with you soon. So on here you can see Shauna Murdy, we just finished this Love Your Block mural on Locust Street. And here we have, so the first project I want to share with you is Jenny Gurman. She created a quarantine coloring book very early on in March. It's digital, you can still print these off. This is actually Aaron Spangler and his family. So she took portraits of the neighborhood and folks and created a coloring book. She also knew that people weren't going to have access to that, so she printed out over 200 and partnered with the Boys and Girls Club to get those coloring books disseminated. Next one is Charlene Camara. She sewed, I don't know how many masks. She actually sewed more than what we granted her in materials, and she just kept on sewing and sewing. But very early on, hands-on hope delivered tons of masks to residents that were most in need. Michelle Johnson has a photographer here, which I think many of you guys know, reached out to us and wanted to do a porch portrait program. She's photographed over 100 families, which is going to be really important and documented this time in history here in the city. And here are some of her portraits. Incredible stories behind these portraits. And you can also go to her website and see all the photos that she's taken of families. And here's just a couple of more. We also had Violet Baldwin apply for craft kits for kids that she created and worked with Crispus Addicts to send those out. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I have to, let me show you. Beautiful pictures, right? And there's Violet Baldwin. Okay. And then this, I'm not sure if you guys heard about this project, but this project is pretty exciting. You can go to One United Lancaster. You can see this. We teamed up with Bim, Matt, and Tim Stoldrayer. They started a refugee youth journalism project, teaching the first cohort that I saw, it was about approximately 5 refugee individuals. Their stories are there. And one of the story that Aspara wrote was really related to Nepalese and Nepalese women and changing some of their cultural biases against women. Incredible story. You can go to the Department of Neighborhood Engagement to actually read these stories, or you can also go to One United Lancaster. And since Love Your Block has officially through Cities of Service ended, I really wanted to show you the first picture of our first cohort. This was literally the first time that we gathered people here at City Hall. 11 projects, we had over 75 neighbors that were supporting that. And this has started the foundation of all of our engagement. So I just want to, we have Rayvon Jordan here, Luis Torres, Erica with San Juan Bautista, Valerie and the whole crew, and they have fed into they've actually promoted the city and our programs and have become advocates, with the work that we're doing. Neighborhood Leaders Academy is a program that has come from Love Your Block. We noticed that a lot of residents needed a little bit more information on city government. What are the happenings, what are the works? And there was this incredible interest for that. So Neighborhood Leaders Academy, a 6-week cohort program, and teaches people about just how government works here locally and how people can get engaged. And it also provides a small grant project at the end that they can realize a community project. So that was year 1. Year 2, we transitioned to Love Your Block, Neighborhood Leaders Academy JP, which was really exciting. And it turned into not only 6 weeks, we've literally had the JP NLA project for almost 8 months because the students continue to meet. So we've been meeting with them weekly on Fridays. I just can't tell you how amazing it's been. We started the program, COVID hit, and the students wanted to continue to meet. There's 2 programs that we've created essentials kit projects. They've delivered over 400 kits to Lancaster City Housing Authority on Duke Street, and they have a second project that's a tree planting memorial project. And more pictures from when they joined us at City Hall. Neighborhood quarterly meetings. Last year, I announced that we were going to start neighborhood quarterly meetings. We had one in February, and then what happened? COVID hit, so we've had one. So we've transitioned those to biweekly meeting with neighborhood leaders. And so since March, we meet biweekly on Zoom calls with our neighborhood group leaders, where we're sharing information and they're sharing them with us as well. And women of color. Women of Color Brunch first year, as you know, we had it here at City Hall with 100 attendees. We more than doubled that with our second year. It happened March 7th was our Women of Color event. March 13th, as you know, the city shut down due to COVID. So we were able to still host our event. We had 225 attendees and it was extraordinary. This year we're looking to host a virtual event. So more on that to come. Oops, there we go. And as you know, we presented to you a little bit ago, October 27th, I believe, on the Community and Police Working Group. We finalized our strategic plan. We've responded to community emergencies through the protests, as well as the incident on Laurel Street. And we've hosted 5 town hall meetings. We've been involved with some policy changes and really incredible, committed individuals on this team. I have to say, I love every single program and the opportunity to change, to make change, and really to address when we're talking about equity, supporting an incredible police department and police officers there, but supporting and listening to the needs of our residents and bringing both of those, all of those voices together has been really extraordinary. And the people that are on this group, incredibly passionate people. And that includes you, Councilor Xavier Garcia Molina. And I'm gonna give this special shout out to our mayor, Denise Hirachi. I have to say, because every city that I talk to, there's so many challenges that they go through. And if there isn't a mayor that's committed to building relationships and strong neighborhoods, it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to actually do it. And so you're out there, whether it's tough, whether it's picking up trash, whether it's giving candy canes to kids, I mean, you love it, that's who you are. And our programs are successful because you actually are pushing for those programs, and you don't get, sometimes you get a lot of slack, and I don't think it's fair, but I just want to say I appreciate you, and a lot of people do. I feel like I'm going to cry. All right. Next thing, a lot of these programs would not happen if it wasn't for our incredible sponsors. And here they are: Cities of Service, Bloomberg Philanthropy, High Foundation, Lancaster County Community Foundation, Penn Medicine, Emerald Foundation, SACA and Elm Street, incredible partners. Brent L. Miller's Giant WGAL supported all of our programs. And again, these are not taxpayer dollars. We have really great organizations that believe in our work. And with that, here are sponsorship funds. So you might see on your on the budget, there was something weird that it had 11,000 in 2020, or like estimated. That's actually was scheduled in the general funds. We've actually transitioned funding, sponsorship funding into their own funds. One of the things that Patrick shared with me, and early on I wasn't too familiar with budgets, is anything that's remaining in those sponsorship or fundraising funds actually remain in general funds. So we may lose those dollars, and we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that every single dollar can impact our residents. So here are some of the major funds. We do have some other little ones, but Cities of Service gave us for 2019 and 2020, $25,000. We have used all of those funds.
We can't see it.
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot. I keep on doing that. So Cities of Service gave us $25,000. We have used every single cent of that. Estelle High Foundation has given us a total of $65,000. We've used 24,717. We do have a remaining of approximately $40,000, and a lot of that was due to COVID. We are transitioning those dollars into a lot of really great initiatives in 2021, so we're excited about that. Lancaster County Community Foundation has funded for the Community and Police Working Group $30,000 in total for 2020. They have contributed $20,000. We just received those funds. As well as for Neighborhood Leaders Academy, Lancaster Community Foundation has also funded $20,000. So just heading into 2021, we're around $80,000 that we fundraised. There's a lot more work that we need to do, and you'll learn more about that when we go into the Loop Done transition. All right, community engagement and communications. So a lot of work happened here. I'm going to go pretty quickly through these slides. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Census, we're going to talk a little bit about census, COVID-19, Engage Lancaster, and language access. So census, we partnered, we were the chair of the Hard to Count committee for the city. We partnered with 37 city agencies, which made the census here pretty successful. Our self-response rate was 64%. Countywide was 77.8%. Our enumerator response rate is approximately 90%. We don't not have that exact percentage because they haven't released all of the census data at this point. Just a quick data, Lancaster, PA is ranked 5th in total percentages of self-response completion for the 2020 census among the top 14 cities in Pennsylvania. So number 5 outside of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, that's really, really great. And yep, that's it. That's what I'm gonna go there because I can keep on going on census data. Our COVID communications, as you know, in March, we transitioned, we weren't engaging. So we said we had to, help support. What do our residents want? They needed information. So we had a mailing of over 20,000 residents that received the COVID mailing. We had door hangers and this was all translated. The mayor went on Facebook Live at 5. We transitioned our mini grants into mini grants related to COVID. We did mass distribution. We distributed over 7,000 masks to residents. We did short videos with residents saying, stay safe, and so on and so forth. So just a lot of work. And we did that with all the departments. All the departments were involved in that. So it was really exciting. And then language access. Zaida couldn't join us today. I know she's at home watching. Hi, Zaida, because she sent me a text. So we have the language access superstar that works with us. We're on phase 2, and you guys know this as well because we shared this plan with you. So we're awaiting some renovations on the first floor to put up some additional signage. Some things that she wanted me to share with you is when we're talking about equity in the language access line, we're actually going to be going through a cultural awareness to use the language access line with departments. But one of the stats is we did release the service to all cities. Oh, I gotta stop that. I'm not gonna look at that screen anymore. We did release the line to all cities, and the #1 department that's using it, guess who? Anybody? No? Our police department. And guess, yes, so they're really using the language access line. And the top languages that they're using it for, Spanish, but Nepalese and Swahili. So they're really accessing that line. So really great. And I love the data that we're collecting from there. So Engage Lancaster is a new public participation platform. You heard Steve Campbell talk about it. You're going to hear other people talk about it here. It is a one-stop shop for us to not only talk to city residents about our projects, it is also an incredible way to really get folks engaged. I have and we actually piloted the first program, which is Vision Zero. So if you go to engage at lancastercitypa.com, you can actually see our projects there. And this is just a really quick tool on how can we engage some of our residents. We gave each resident $50 so that they can go in and use those $50 and contribute them towards like different ideas that they might see in the city. The purpose of this is really to inform and gather data that helps with our decision-making process. some of the data that we gather on the dashboards that we can set up, registrations, active users, comments, and ideas. And this is all public, totally transparent, everyone can see it. And it's some newsworthy, Lancaster City has been in news everywhere, globally, just everywhere. And some of it hasn't been so positive, but some of the things that have been positive, Bloomberg has featured Lancaster City, Bloomberg Philanthropy, Cities of Service wrote an incredible article on the work that we're doing here and the residents that are here. Urban Institute is actually researching our engagement methods. So there's gonna be a whole research report that they'll be releasing and highlighting like city residents. They took pictures of our city residents and they're gonna be on this like national report. And of course, my favorite is the vedette at JP McCaskey, Rose Carlson, wrote an article about Neighborhood Leaders Academy. So we're officially in the records of JP McCaskey. 2 leadership classes that we are taking, as the mayor shared, BH3, and I had an incredible, through the BH3 program, which is Bloomberg Harvard group number 3 of mayors, to attend a Harvard Kennedy program on implementing public policy. So we're still continuing to move things forward and look at best practices throughout the cities. All right, so new to done in 2021 is the Dunn and Loop merger. And so we've taken the Department of Loop from CPED. Actually, that sounds like wrong, right? We've taken, we've identified a lot of synergies between Loop and Dunn, and that actually happened through COVID as we started to work together, you know. We identified that there was a lot of synergies. And so I think between Chris, Jess, and I, we started to sit down and think about like, this could be something really incredible, a new engaged Lancaster where we have a team that's focused on events and another team that's focused on grassroots and working with residents. So Loop services are really related to marketing and promotions of businesses and permitting for special events. Events for the city, as you guys know, Music Friday, celebrate holiday activities, Red Rose Run. We have a visitor center where about 16,000 visitors globally come into the city, and they're the one-stop shop. They're literally the first people that come in contact with outside visitors. Here's some of their events that they coordinate, and so what's going to be really interesting is now we have this opportunity. The benefits of this merger is really to align our strategic goals, priorities, which is neighborhood and sound government. So strong neighborhoods and sound government. Strong neighborhoods is really how can we elevate our neighborhoods, and we can do that through our events, and how can we access the incredible expertise that's in Loop and elevate some of those events in our neighborhoods. And also we think that there's going to be some cost savings as we start going through visioning, some overlap, so we'll reduce some costs in the future. So more to come on that as we're going through visioning and understanding operations. Improve performance and capacity, and strengthen connection between neighborhood and downtown. We had our first visioning meeting on Thursday. Really incredible, passionate people. If they're watching, thank you. We're so thankful for you to be working with the city and serving our people. And so that's just a quick screenshot. And so here we are. We're here to talk about our budgets, right? Last 2 slides. And our important 2 budgets for Dunn. We did have a 2% increase. Our overall budget is really related to staffing. We do have general funds, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about staffing. Under the staffing, which is 133,000, is for Zaira and myself, for our language access coordinator and myself. Under general funds, there's $86,000. That's really related to office supplies, professional services, and contracted services. And it is very bare bone minimum, and if we don't use it, you know, we'll keep it there. But we really try to work a lot with our sponsorship dollars and try to manage all of our expenses related through sponsorship dollars, which I shared with you. We have already approximately $80,000. And for the loop budget, and we're just getting into this is, as I mentioned to you, we just had our first visioning session. So getting to know and understand better the budget there. There is a $257,000 related to staffing of 9 individuals there. So we have full-time and part-time people. We have individuals that actually staff the visitor center and the operations. And then from general fund, we have 128,000 that's related to general fund expenses. And so that's really related to facility costs, marketing and branding expenses. So as you start diving into that, you'll see those are the biggest chunks of what the expenses are there. And that's what I have. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you, Millsy. I'll take any questions from council.
I didn't show it.
I just have a quick comment. Ilse, I think in a very similar fashion as you spoke about the mayor, that's how I view you. I think you don't often get a lot of slack from our community, and you put yourself in the community quite more than many of us do. And even just through your presentation, you could really see just how much passion in all the different types of projects that you have. And I just really appreciate all the work that you do. I think in one way or another, you're probably one of the individuals within the city staff that I've grown to get to know the most and work with the most. And I just really appreciate you, and thank you for everything you do, honestly.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
Councilor Bakay, if I may.
Right ahead.
Not to take up time, I just I think that bears seconding. The creation of the Department of Neighborhood Engagement was one of the things I was most excited about when Mayor Sirachi took office. And I remember there was a lot of conversation about who was going to be the person that had both the soft skills and the willingness to kind of stand out there and take it from the public. And that person is absolutely Millsy. And I think that was the right choice. You are perhaps the most forward-facing member of the administration. And so you get to see the best, but also to receive a lot of the worsts. And I just want you to know from me directly and on behalf of council that your work is seen, and in my opinion, may be the most important and least vaunted work that comes out of City Hall. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I appreciate that.
Council President Smith.
I'm holding back the tears.
I concur. It's good to see you, Millsy.
Good to see you. I miss you.
And I do appreciate the addition of Loop into this to fall under the Department of Neighborhood Engagement. I think it really speaks to who we're putting events on for and who are the primary consumer of the events that Loop provides, and so looking at that as services for our residents and not just the visitors that don't live here is so important. And then also getting our visitors to expand their horizons and see everything that the city has to offer. So yes, the word you used was synergy. It's not my favorite word, but I agree in this respect. Lots of synergy there. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Councilor Bakay.
Yes.
Millsy, I'm okay with staying on this meeting a little longer as long as you get your flowers. So
thank you.
Just want to say that, I appreciate all the hard work that you do. And, when this department was first announced, I was interested in finding out what this position would do. And I think the answer is everything, because I see you all over the place executing and just really making our city a better place. And I think it speaks to your leadership that even the folks that you work with, I'm constantly seeing in various places, whether it's the Vistas or anyone else you work with. throughout the city in various engagements and projects. So thank you for all that you do, and
Thank you.
happy to work with you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's thank all the residents, if they're watching, for their continued volunteer and commitment, because this is, I get paid for this, but there's people that dedicate hours and hours to the work of the city. So I really appreciate them.
You're here. Thank you so much, Milsey. We appreciate you, and we appreciate your participation today. We didn't mean to make you cry.
I did.
It doesn't take much.
Patrick, I'll get you later.
All right. So it looks like on our agenda that brings us to the back to the Department of Public Safety, and we're going to speak to the Chief of the Fire Bureau, Chief Scott Little. And so I did see him pop on this meeting earlier during his allotted time that we are now way past, but that's how it goes.
All right, Chief.
Welcome, Chief Little.
And while he's getting set up and turning on his computer, I just want to say he's an excellent driver of Santa Claus all around town today. So, and last night, and really appreciate the contributions of the Fire Bureau. And I didn't say this one earlier, but the Police Bureau as well. And appreciate Chief Little's leadership during this time of transition with the interim police chief that's coming on board on Monday. Chief Little has continued to be a liaison to our captains, as well as Chief Bay, and making sure that his onboarding beginning, which has already really begun, what am I saying? It's already begun and will continue in the weeks ahead. So with that, Chief Little.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Council. I'll try and share this PowerPoint with you.
And looking sharp as always, Chief.
I was just going to say, he's just making the rest of us,
Okay. Councilors, you can all see the PowerPoint.
We can.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, I'd like to, first off, thank the mayor and also council for all your support over the last several years of us working together. And again, for this year in the 2021 budget preparation within the Fire Bureau, we actually started off really finding out where we needed to be was using 6 guiding principles within the Bureau to try and drive us to our common goal of being financially responsible Fire Bureau. So tremendous work by our team, and you'll see that in the next several slides. So some highlights here I'd like to talk about is, continue to provide our high quality municipal led fire service while also providing the safe and secure neighborhoods. That takes a lot of expensive equipment like our fire apparatus, the facilities, and just our general operating equipment, and the personal protective gear for our firefighters. So it's important we continue that process. With that, we're also going to maintain our working relationship and build upon our successes with Manheim Township. Everybody's across the Commonwealth have acknowledged what we have done as a third-class city, working with a first-class township by just utilizing one facility to man our apparatus and personnel jointly with theirs, but also that dual response back and forth and providing aid to each other when needed. Just like earlier this week in East Orange Street at the fire at East Orange and Plum, you will see pictures of the Manheim Township ladder truck set up next to ours, which is actually something you would not have seen, not even a decade ago. So great success story for us in the township working together and building that relationship, but also our people on both sides. The relationships have really grown, and we look forward to that success. And then also we were able internally to finalize our strategic plan within the Fire Bureau, which will guide us over the next 5 years, which was a whole team effort and collaboration internally that you'll be presented that document as well to really track and follow the Fire Bureau's goals and objectives over our next 5 years and how we get there. And then the question comes up, who really is the makeup of the Lancaster City Bureau of Fire? We are a team of 76 diverse uniform and non-uniform personnel. Right now, we have 20% of our workforce is minority, which compares actually higher than most cities around us in the South Central PA region. They are looking at it anywhere between a 5 and 10% workforce of minorities. So we're actually not where we want to be. But we're working towards that goal with, the mayor and HR and the DEI initiatives that we've started. And we've also done some of that internally just to the Fire Bureau and our staff with DEI and some of the things that we can do, especially with upcoming recruitment hiring next year here in 2021. So we look forward to all those opportunities and getting in our neighborhoods and really trying to get people after that one good job and work here for the city of Lancaster and our Fire Bureau and really make an impact and difference in all of our local neighborhoods. And then at the end of the day, all of our team members are big proponents of being in the community. As you always see fire trucks and our firefighters out at a lot of the city events, the block parties, and just being there for our neighbors and letting them know that we are very approachable and our doors are always open at our fire stations for our neighborhood children to come in and sit on a fire truck and be with our firefighters. So that's very important. It's also part of getting to know each other at a personal level and not just at a point where when they dial 911, the firefighter shows up. So getting to know them personally is going to be a huge impact on our community so that we are the best and safest city in Pennsylvania while we're working together with our residents. Our workforce makeup. So right now we're authorized to 76 positions. 2 of them are non-uniform. So that puts us at 74 uniform positions that does the 24/7 fire response, inspections, the fire investigations. You can see the breakdown, our projections for 2021. We will be finally, since 2012, we have not had a full slate of 4 battalion chiefs to oversee each platoon in the day-to-day operations. So we're looking very forward to having a captain promoted to battalion chief to fill out all the platoons at a senior leadership position, which is critical for our consistent day-to-day operations. And then you'll see the big number, as most other departments talked about today, is the workforce that's retiring, and the Fire Bureau is no different. We're going to have 6 retirements coming up, and you can also see on the right-hand side our projections over the next 2 years. So we have an aging workforce, and we're bringing in new recruit firefighters to fill those slots. So what is critical about 2021 is we'll be down those 6 positions within suppression. So we're asking a lot of our people, and they're going to shoulder that burden for the year. So it's something where we're mindful of not only driving overtime cost up, but also really the physical and mental state of our workforce and making sure they're not burned out working the additional hours. So here's a 5-year Bureau budget comparison. You'll see this year we're looking at about a $320,000 increase, which equates to about 2.5% for the Fire Bureau. All that $320,000 is directly related to the long-term apparatus upgrades, the operating expenses of our equipment, and then the personnel cost. The long-term apparatus plan, this will now put us at the final stage of that 20-year implementation document we did, that this cost will now allow us to continue the cycling process of our apparatus and make sure we have modern and the best technology and vehicles for our firefighters to be operating. So that's another huge thanks to all of you on council and for the mayor's support, making sure we have the latest apparatus. With that, you'll see in a budget highlight here another slide about the one vehicle we will be getting in about 2 months. So training hours. So one big initiative we did in 2018 under the mayor, and when I came on board in May of 18, was we revamped the way really we look at training and how we prepare our team internally. And with that, with the local union and President Captain Kevin Ressler, and his team. We sat down and formed a training committee, and we had developed a master training plan that we've been following from not only individual standpoints of how we can internally get people to train on their own and take that self-awareness and motivation, but also at the platoon level. So every day they're out training and doing some type of activities to better themselves as a platoon. As noted last night, when Santa was delivered back to Station 3, the mayor got to go in and visit the on-shift firefighters at 8 o'clock, and they were sitting and they were doing their nightly training. So at 8 o'clock, they're still training and knowing what, the surroundings around them is happening here in the city. And even under COVID conditions, you can see here in the slide, our firefighters never left off the gas on training, and another record-setting year, as you can see, as of 12/3 of 2020. So again, another huge compliment to all of our team members in the Fire Bureau for all of them going above and beyond on training and not letting up. So the average would come out to about 150 hours of training per member within the Fire Bureau. Calls for service. This is one area where we have seen a decrease, and obviously COVID played a huge part in the amount of calls for service we were on. Obviously the onset in March and pretty much a state shutdown. March and April, we saw the lowest amount of calls for service in the last 5 to 7 years by any given month. So that gave not only our firefighters more time to do their training, but also just to still remain safe. And we implemented, obviously our internal procedures during COVID. So you'll see the reduction in the amount of calls for service. The blue there for the QRS and the response piece for medical assisting LEMSA. Actually, the PA Department of Health came out with a notice that we were restricted of certain call types. So we decreased the amount of potential exposure on our staff and really limiting the calls that they went on the medical side. Our proposed 2021 budget highlights. As we talked about the apparatus replacement plan, late January, early February, we will be receiving a 2021 95-foot tower ladder, which will replace a 97 ladder truck. So this brings another versatility and tool to our toolbox to provide to our citizens in times of need. So this ladder truck is going to be special to us. It's going to be the first, it's a Pierce refurb that the city's undertaking. By refurbing it, they use certain components of that ladder truck from its original days, which was 1994. So the actual ladder, the boom, will be reused. Everything else will be brand new. By doing that, we are saving the city over $450,000 over the 10-year lease. And again, had a lot of team members buy in, and also a lot of them currently right now preparing for the delivery and laying out compartment space and doing all those measurements. So it's a collaborative effort, and we're letting the truck company captain run with that with all his members on the truck company. Again, the apparatus replacement plan, that's going to be a line item increase of $125,000, and that would be the cost then for that 125 would be the annual cost increase for the ladder truck. And then as the pumpers start coming off of their leases, then that's where we then cycle into the another pumper off of the program. And then again, back to the workforce, and we discussed the overtime. So that's going to be something that we are critically monitoring. And again, it's, as we know about the cost, but really comes down to making sure our team and our members' mental and physical states are where they need to be to come here to serve the residents. So we're going to be very mindful of that in 2021. Also, 2021 is when we're going to do the announcement that we'll be hiring. We're hopeful to fill all the retirements within the late 2020 into 2021, and then the beginning ones of 2022. So that will be about 12 firefighters we're looking to hire for the January Fire Academy. So we'll start testing in April. Again, getting our crews out into our community, getting into our civic organizations, getting those flyers out that we are hiring and come take our test. 2 years ago, we had 150 people take the test and 100 passed. And then that list ended up at 25 was a certified civil service list. And then again, we're going to be having our promotional exams within the year 2021. Couple more highlights in our 2021 budget would be the West King Street Fire Station will be completed. A huge task that again goes back to the thanks of City Council and the mayor, and also the state for some of the grant funding we got for it. Everybody can see it starting to take shape. Again, the invite's there to anybody that wants to go with me. We can go up there and walk through, because it's a very impressive state-of-the-art facility that we are very excited to get into, hopefully around June. So some of our budget dollars will be going to outfit the new station. We did get the Fire Foundation. They approved to outfit the gym in the station on the 3rd floor, and they have given about $16,000 for all new state-of-the-art fitness equipment, which was a list that was developed by some of our firefighters that are very big and supportive of the physical fitness, and also our initiatives internally here in the Fire Bureau, where we are giving everybody 1 hour a day to work out to remain physically fit as crew. So it's very, again, another bright spot when I pull into a firehouse in the afternoon and the whole shift's working out, doing some type of circuit or a CrossFit workout. And then there's those days where I've been peer pressured into doing it with them. So it's always good, and I look forward to the new station and the things we'll do there to improve not only our service throughout the city, but for our own team internally. As we talk about the emphasis on training and career development, we continue to partner with the local community colleges, not only for your college level courses in fire science, but the local level stuff that is what is their day-to-day workload. So engine company, truck company courses, and then also our Lancaster County Public Safety Training Center, which was, they really came and stepped up and went above and beyond to allow us to maintain our own academy when our latest new firefighters were hired and COVID hit and shut down the actual municipal fire academy in Harrisburg. We shifted gears within 48 hours and were able to have no disruption, and we were able to pull it off with our internal members that are instructors and support staff, and also having the county public safety training center and their staff. So that has worked well in those relationships. And then when we talk about our self-awareness and improvement for our team, our command staff is 8 of the 9 are worldwide credentialed, either chief fire officers or fire officer designees. We lead Pennsylvania in that category. And we also, as a department-wide, we are 100% everybody has certification to a certain national standard. And there's only 41 agencies in the whole state that have met that gold standard. And we are the largest third-class city to obtain that status. And we try each year to do the Leadership Lancaster. And currently we have 6 members that have now gone through either Corps or the executive class, with Lieutenant Samar Rudolph being our last Corps program graduate this past year. And then our community impact, as I said at the onset, we very much are involved in the community, and we are out and about, and we are out in full force. And as you can witness at city council meetings, when we have something to do with the Fire Bureau, we are there and we turn out. And as you can see on the lower right-hand corner, that was a crew late summer when McCaskey was doing a tennis camp. They called and we showed up and had a great 3 days for a couple hours, doing tennis with the youth and really inspiring them to maybe, set one of them up to now want to join our Fire Bureau ranks. And then our service before itself, we all know we had severe calls over the last year. Rockland Street was in particular our tough one that we did, and overcame that with successful outcomes. So that bottom right photo is the 3 that were awarded the Medal of Valor. Center is some of the crews from our January council, I guess actually the last council meeting, February, when we were in person, when we received the firefighters for the cardiac arrest save with the police. So how fitting to have that picture here that was the last time we were in person together. And then the top left was just recently, 2 weekends ago, we gave out food delivery to our local community members in neighborhoods in need. Over 2 days, the Fire Bureau and the police and the mayor's executive team, we handed out over 900 meal boxes throughout the city. Some we went door to door for, but it's great to be in our community doing things for others, and that's what we're here for. With that, council, is there any questions?
Chief Little, I do have a question for you around recruitment. Could you just speak a little bit about any communication efforts, particularly as it relates to your 2021 budget, for how you're communicating open positions that will be coming up and efforts to recruit, particularly from within the community?
Right. So what we do is during it, so we work with HR to get all these social media announcements and all the city website announcements out that we're hiring. There are people that are already signed up, so they get those automatic email blast out. We also have we will make flyers and posters up, and all fire truck personnel, they will go out throughout their shift and they will go to the corner stores. They'll go to all the civic organizations and they'll hang up flyers. And then we also will be doing the back pieces where we actually are emailing and communicating and potentially opening up more of those like job fair style within the community. But again, it goes back to our limited resources of only 74 within the Fire Bureau and suppression, and our staff is really, it comes down to the resources that we have. So we try and do the best we can within the community to support having our community members join our ranks.
Thank you.
But we're also open to any suggestions you have through this process.
Perfect. Other members of council?
Councilor Bakay, may I?
Please.
Chief Little, I want to thank you and your department for all the great things that you do to this city, with community involvement and stepping up to be out there when we're needed. And that said, I'd like to join you for that tour on the new station when it's available, sir. And again, thank you to you and your department.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Just a comment, okay. Yeah, just thanks for all that you do, Chief Little. You guys do a lot, and it's always great seeing the guys out in the community doing, some community service work as well. So definitely appreciate everything that your department does. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor, I saw you were unmuted. Go ahead.
Yep. Chief, I know I said this to you before, but I'm really appreciative of all the work that you and your team do. I think this year, and I'll talk for me personally, has been a lot of, no pun intended, but putting out fires in a lot of ways and really trying to figure out how do we respond to this call related to COVID in different ways. And I don't think that I personally have given you and your team the proper attention and investment that you deserve. I think no one really gets mad at firefighters, so you just plug away. But the work that you do, especially given the tour that you gave me of the construction site, I'm just really grateful of the way that you've stepped up in your leadership. And one of the things that you brought to my attention really is just how real the occupational hazards are for firefighters. And so I was wondering, what are kind of some of the structural changes that happen within your department when you are short-staffed? Like, how does scheduling work? Do you have to move firefighters from one building to another? Like, what are the physical impacts that being short-staffed have on your department?
Yeah, so part of that is pretty much, so we were with our January 1st with the collective bargaining agreement and having an increase in staffing on duty. So we'll have 15 firefighters on duty around the clock. That is, we're bound as a city to have the minimum staffing there at 15. So with that, we have shifts that only have 16 people to start with. So with people that are off on sick leave or vacation or their other earned, comp time and things. So what we do is we do, an overtime callback. If nobody takes it, then you force people that are currently working, they're held over. So that could mean if you're the least seniority firefighter and you're working at the Station 201 with Manheim Township, but we need you at East King Street, then you'll, at the end of your shift, you'll take your gear and you'll go to you'll shift to the other side of town. So that does happen. We also have firefighters that don't have a permanent bid spot at one of the fire stations every day. They don't always go there. So the float firefighter bounces between all 3 fire stations.
And so kind of acknowledging that we are moving forward, being short-staffed, is there kind of any plans in place to increase our support of firefighters, knowing that we're increasing our demand and our ask of them?
Yeah, so we have a couple things. We have a peer support system internally where we have members that have been to the training to help identify and help our firefighters internally. Also for us, also for the battalion chief and the captain of each platoon to have the awareness of their people on their platoon, and knowing when they work with them every day, having those signs and the ability to identify. And it's also for us. It's also for myself to be able, as I'm out there with the firefighters, to know that there's some things that are really key identifiers for me, as I know our firefighters and know if something may just be off a little bit or they're burnout. So we're going to do everything we can and provide them the support they need throughout this next year. And we've had numerous conversations about this and the support of the local union. I cannot ask for a better labor organization and the relationship we've been able to build with the labor management relation piece, and they understand. And we also have our safety committee, which will help identify things internally that we can do. But yeah, I mean, it's we all know, and again, it kind of goes back to what you said. The firefighters we do what we do, and we want to ask for thanks, and we don't really want anything in return. But we're going to be there on the sideline. We're going to do our job. So yes, it is. I'm thankful that you're also asking those questions as council and have those concerns for our team.
And part of, I guess, is something that I want to put out there for you is actually in our conversations with Chief Bay, it sparked this idea that he was talking about, that one of the things that, at least with the police department and kind of police officers, is that they really appreciate kind of that like public recognition and kind of like awards for their efforts. Like if that's something that we can incorporate more regularly within council as well, of people within your department, like please bring that forward to us and we can definitely incorporate that if you find that that would be beneficial, kind of to boost morale or to kind of acknowledge more intentionally that we are extremely grateful for all their work and that we recognize that this is a really difficult time.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And obviously also we started in 2018 was a formal award ceremony that would capture all the awards throughout the year. And again, for everybody knows, the COVID did not allow for that. So that's why we did do the Rockland Street accommodations at the football field at McCaskey with the mayor present, was, you know, to give the C platoon who did the extraordinary work that day and the efforts they did across the board to rescue people out of the building, you know, the people jumping off the porch and still attacking a fire. We knew we had to recognize them for that work. And yeah, so that's the things. And then you also have the firefighter on the other side where, you know, we're not in it for that piece. So, so we tell them, you know, you're getting it anyways, because what you did is extraordinary. And the average citizen appreciates you.
And just because I don't want to make everyone else feel like I let you off the hook of the racial equity hot seat with me today, kind of from your perspective, like what are some of the things that within the fire department, I heard a lot about, like in terms of recruitment, but ways that racial equity really is playing a role within the fire department?
Yeah, so our biggest thing, and like I said, you know, we're ahead of most all other career fire departments within South Central PA. And like I said, we're sitting at 20% of our workforce is minority. So we still have work to do, and we understand that. So some of the things we're doing internally is we're really being inclusive in all of our committees, you know, from strategic planning to our training committee, to the safety committee, health and wellness, Also putting names forward to HR for on the subcommittees for DEI, and really not even making it about rank. It's about, our most newest firefighter name is going forward for some type of committee or, so yeah, we're encompassing, all ranks, all years of service, and really we want to turn over every stone we can to make sure we do better, and we're asking for that. So, and there's so much knowledge out there that we can't be restricted about. And we can't just say, well, because, the chief level, they said so. No, that's not what we want. We want to be inclusive. And I think, again, it goes back to having such a good relationship with our union within the firefighters has really helped these conversations. And it's made it very easy internally to get where I think we're going to be and be in a better place.
Well, thank you again, Chief, for your presentation, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team do.
Thank you.
All right. I think we've done it. Thank you very much, Chief Little, for joining us.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to our final presentation of the day, last but not least. And it is, because it is 3 o'clock now, can you do this in 60 seconds, Patrick, so that we can stay on time? Just kidding.
I knew you were going to do that to me.
Just kidding. Please take all the time you need. I know that you always have a really thorough presentation.
And let's all just recognize that Mr. Hopkins put on a jacket and a tie.
I just could not let Chief Little do that to me. So,
sorry, Patrick.
Is that your office jacket?
my office jacket, it's been such a long time since I put on a tie. I almost forgot how to tie this thing. So thanks, everybody. I appreciate all the patience and time that you spent today, and great questions that you've asked of everybody throughout these presentations. We're now 5 hours in, and everybody looks to be still awake, and that's pretty impressive. So I wanted to start off this presentation, one, to answer a question that Councilor Bakay asked at the after the overview presentation that I did on Tuesday evening about our pension plans and sort of where we fell in terms of our funding level. So this first slide gives you that shot, and it is actually, the question was timely because the Auditor General's office just put this information up on their website at the beginning of November. So this is a look at the assets and liabilities of the individual, of each municipalities, of each city's pension plans. So this is a combination of, for Lancaster City, of our police pension plan, fire pension plan, and our non-uniformed employee pension plan. So this is, and for each of these cities, it's a grouping of all of their municipal pension plans that they have. So you can see here, we have basically $150 million of assets and about $180 million of liabilities. And this is as of 1/1/19. So every 2 years we have an actuarial valuation that's done, as do all the other municipalities in Pennsylvania. And that actuarial valuation looks at the market value of the funds that the municipality has invested, and then the liabilities, which are, as I said on Tuesday, not just the current liabilities of currently paying out retirees. It is also the future liabilities for everybody who's hired, is getting ready to retire, all the way back to was hired yesterday, and the actuarially calculated liability that new employee is going to have when they retire. So in general, we're in pretty good shape. I can tell you that both Harrisburg City and Allentown City did special things to get their funding levels to where they are. Harrisburg, sometime a decade or two ago, did a significant pension obligation bond issue that they basically borrowed money to put into their pension plans. So that's one of the reasons that they're at 103% funded. Allentown City basically leveraged their entire water system and leased their water system for 50 years to the Lehigh Valley Authority. So they took an upfront payment from the Lehigh Valley Authority for that lease and put those dollars into their pension plans because they were severely underfunded. So we did a pension obligation bond issue in 2006 that was for $13 million. So we did a much smaller thing than Harrisburg did a couple decades ago. Most of our basically why our funded ratio is where it is because we have been successful on the investment side of things. We have a conservative but growth-minded investment policy for all three of our pension plans, and we've done well there. Our funded ratio would actually be a little bit higher if the very tail end of 2018 didn't see a significant stock market drop, like the last 3 weeks of 2018, because the valuation is a snapshot at 1/1/19. So even though there was a recovery after that, this doesn't show that. So that's the answer to that question. And then the next thing I wanted to show you is just a graphical look at 2020. So these are 2020 revenues. And throughout this year, since the beginning of COVID, I've basically been tracking 6 major revenue sources: real estate taxes, real estate transfer taxes, earned income taxes, local services taxes, building permits, and parking violations. These are the 6 sources of revenue that are have the most impact from an economic downturn. And they make up just those 6, although we have like 60 revenue line items in the general fund budget. These 6 make up basically 2/3 of the general fund's revenues. So this is updated through November 30 of this year. And so it's a comparison from this time in 2020 versus this time in 2019. So real estate tax revenues now are down 0.5%, and that's pretty extraordinary, given what's going on and what economic impact our residents and our property owners have seen. That we're only a half a percent behind collected where we were last year, and I think that's really more a reflection of delayed payments because of the extension of the discount period and the extension of the base period through the end of the year. So, we're in good shape there. In real estate transfer taxes, I talked about this on Tuesday. While we're down close to 12% versus last year, I actually think that we're going to come in on budget or close to, which was $1.2 million. We had 1 or 2 sort of extraordinary real estate transfers last year that bumped us up actually well above budget last year. So, and then earned income taxes and local services taxes are really, running pretty close to budget. Or pretty close to what they were last year. So earned income taxes only down about 1.5% versus last year. And then local services taxes down about 4.6%. And I think the differential there is that earned income taxes are paid for by, well, one, they're a percentage tax, right? So it's a percentage of a salary or wages versus a local services tax, which is a flat tax. And the information that we've gotten from the Tax Collection Bureau is that, and this is not surprising, but it is residents at the lower end of the economic spectrum who have been most impacted by COVID. And those are the folks that, they're paying a flat tax to the city of $52 a year, 47% of which we get, and the school district gets 5%. So local services tax has really been impacted more. That revenue source has been impacted more than the earned income taxes, because higher wage earners, a lot of them are able to telecommute and their jobs were maintained. It's at the lower end of the economic scale where there's been more of an impact. And then building permits, we're down just under 3% versus last year. We're actually already through November, we're above budget. So we've brought in, I think at the end of the year, we'll bring in close to about $600,000 versus a budget of $550,000. And then the biggest one that really has whacked us pretty hard is in parking violations. And this is just a reflection of the fact that street cleaning was suspended for 3 months, so there was no enforcement there, and meter enforcement was suspended for close to 3 months. So we had basically a quarter of the year was non-existent in terms of violations. The parking authority has given me some estimates for where they expect year end to be, and we're probably going to be down about 25%. So we're going to get distribution from the parking authority after the end of the year, but it's actually for 2020 for the second half of the year of enforcement. And the anticipation is that we'll be down about 0.25%, or I'm sorry, about 25% in total. So in the grand scheme of things, while the dollar amount is big, so we're down about $1 million versus in these 6 sources versus last year, it's, you know, only, to put air quotes around it, only about 2.7%. So versus the sort of sky is falling, you know, view that we had back in April, in the grand scheme of things, pretty good, given all that's going on. One other thing I should say here, and I did talk about it, and the mayor's talked about it well, she talked about it in their budget address, but the County CARES Act funding. Actually, while we were sitting here this morning, I got an email from Patrick Mulligan that they're going to be issuing those payments next week. So that's for the city, an $813,000 revenue source that wasn't budgeted, and that's one of the things that's significantly helping us this year for deficit reduction. So we'll be getting that payment next year, which is always a good thing, or next week, which is always a good thing for cash flow purposes. So with those two things done, I wanted to now sort of go into Administrative Services Department. This is our organizational chart, a small but mighty crew of about 30 employees. And really what Administrative Services is at its core is service to the rest of the city, the rest of the city government. You know, and then the external part really is Bureau of Procurement and Collections, which is the Treasury Office. So most of the work that folks in my department on my team are doing is really internal service, except with the exception of Procurement and Collections, and on the hiring side, of course, in Bureau of Human Resources. And then on the left here is just a list of sort of some of the other things that fall under my responsibility. And most of those relate to Office of Open Records, which is done out of my office. My assistant, Karen Cast, handles about 250 to 300 right to know requests a year. They have not slowed down. In fact, this year they've actually sped up in a number of different areas, and that's a huge undertaking. Risk management, all of our insurance, whether that's property liability, auto, medical, workers' compensation, all of those are under my purview. And then labor relations, which is a significant one, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in some of the accomplishments that we had this year. So staffing wise, this is a look at the staffing for administrative services. And this is only the general fund piece. So when you look at the general fund budget, what you see is just under 16 full-time employees. But I need to point out that Procurement and Collections, the Treasury Office, those staff their salaries are all allocated across all funds of the city of Lancaster. So we have 17 employees, 16 full-time and 1 part-time in the Treasury Office, but their salaries are allocated across the rest of the city. So all in all, 31 full-time positions and 1 part-time position. And then because I was given additional time today, I could respond to Councilor Garcia Molina's question about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I have some more slides later on about the citywide efforts, but this is a breakdown of the 31 employees in administrative services by ethnic or racial background. Some accomplishments for 2020, and I'm not going to read through every single one of these. You all have these slides, and as we said earlier, we'll have all of the department presentations together. But I wanted to point out a few on here. One, you know, the strategic management planning program. It's been almost a year. We had PFM do their financial presentation in January to City Council last year. I have a draft of their full management report, as do other directors, and we are finally, now that budget is done, we'll be able to work on getting that finalized and doing a final presentation to City Council early next year. You know, the upside of this is, you know, one, that they sort of gave a stamp of approval on what our 5-year projections had been. We were very close in their methodology and our methodology. The downside is that they didn't find any really significant areas that we could just sort of, at the snap of a finger and a few administrative efforts, save a huge amount of money. They certainly have recommendations for us and things that we can change over the long term, either to provide better services, be more efficient, and take on different, do things in a different way to save money and provide those better services. But there's no sort of magic bullet that they're going to be recommending to us, and you'll see that when we have the final report prepared. On the negotiation side of things, we finalized the police contract. It was actually ratified on March 15th of 2020. In a whole different world, right? The contract that was negotiated in a completely different world than it was ratified in ultimately. And that contract is actually for 2020. So it was retroactive to 1/1/20 and goes through 2022. And then as Chief Little talked about in his presentation, we negotiated and were able to finalize the contract with the Fire Bureau, with a fire union for 2021 through 2023. And that one was, I would say it's probably the shortest negotiation that I've had in my career here with any of the 3 bargaining units. We had, I think it was 4 sessions of a couple hours long each. We were able to come to an agreement that the annual wage increase for 2021 is 2.5%, which is lower than the other 2 bargaining units. But we left open 2022 and 2023 to further negotiation. And that was really a reflection of our push at the table and also the union's understanding that we are negotiating a contract in a world that we just know nothing about what the future is going to look like for city finances. So they were open to leaving those second 2 years of the contract open to negotiation. So we will be negotiating those 2 things next year, those 2 years next year, but all of the rest of the contract, which is a whole bunch of work rules and other items for their how they operate how they work within the Bureau and the rules and regulations that they follow, all of that stuff is all done and ratified. So those were 2 big heavy lifts during 2020. In accounting, I introduced Vaughn Wynn to you several months ago. She has talk about trial by fire, jumping out of getting an audit completed and then jumping right into creating a new budget for a $128 million organization is quite a thing. And she's really just jumped in, feet first, and has been doing a great job. In procurement and collections, the staff there have gone through a ton. They were the ones within administrative services most impacted by the furloughs. There were a number of the customer service staff there who were on furlough for a period of time, but they're also, because they're housed within the police bureau, the police headquarters, all of the demonstrations that were occurring outside of the police station, the periodic closures that we had of the police station, they were impacted by that as well, as were our customers, because our customers sometimes were not able to access them. They were able to pivot over that period of time to now, because of the enclosed confined space in the Treasury office, they were able to convert some of their staff to working from home. So they're actually on a bit of a hybrid schedule. So sometimes people are calling our customer service staff, and they're actually answering those and responding to those calls from home through a cell phone system that we set up. So they've been really flexible and adaptable through this whole process. Information technology, the biggest thing, honestly, was actually the first 2 items on that list, being able to get dozens of employees rapidly switched to being able to work from home and through secure access to the city network and our ERP system, our accounting and payroll system, was a huge undertaking. Larry Byers, who's our IT staff person here, worked on that with a contractor. And I wouldn't say it was seamless, and it certainly was not easy for him, because he's basically been IT help desk guy from home, having people literally drop off equipment at his house so he can work on it and get it back to them. So that was one piece. And then also we finalized the move of our ERP system, which is our everything computer system, accounting, human resources, tax and utility billing, switching that to cloud service. And this was not planned ahead of time, the timing. That went to a server based on in the county IT offices to multiple servers, so we have redundancy in different places in the country, the weekend of March 14th and 15th. So it was about as perfect timing, completely by accident, as you could come up with. But that change also was a huge benefit to us in allowing people, getting people to be able to work from home, because they could have secure access directly to those cloud services rather than a much more complicated thing that we would have had to do otherwise. So that was excellent. And then within human resources, we've reorganized and sort of refocused HR with a business partner model. And we have one vacancy in the Bureau of Human Resources that we are soon going to be filling early next year. But that business partner model is essentially assigning one HR staff person to, say, the Department of Public Safety. And that HR staff person will handle everything from soup to nuts related to human resources for Department of Public Safety, one for Department of Public Works, and then one for Administrative Services, Mayor's Office, and CPED. And the concept here is that we're going from a model where we have individuals within the HR office who handle a certain set of tasks across the entire city versus one HR person who is assigned to all tasks related to HR for a given department or set of departments. And the change in that model is going to provide much better customer service internally, allow the human resources staff really to get a much better sense and a deeper sense of what the needs are within the department, what their sort of staff weaknesses are, what their staff strengths are, and really gear their services to the individual department. So it's a different service model really within HR. And then the other piece that I want to highlight here, and I'll talk later on this also, is the creation of our DEI program within the city, starting with the promotion of Sharon Allen Spann to a new role, which is called the Leadership Development and Diversity Manager. So Sharon is really leading this effort within HR, but also throughout the city, and done through the assistance of really two organizations. One is GARE, the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, and that's a national organization that we belong to. And then the other is McLean and Company, and Sharon was really instrumental in the work to identify McLean and Company as the organization to bring in, not to do a set of trainings, not to do, sort of check a box and say, oh, we did diversity training, but to really come in and systematize DEI work within city government and make it a cultural change within city government. And again, I'll talk more on the DEI piece in a bit, but those are some of the highlights and accomplishments that we had during 2020. And that, I look at that and, we did this through the executive leadership team and talked about all the accomplishments that we had citywide. And when you start to put all of this stuff on paper and think about what we've gone through this year with COVID, with police related demonstrations and all of the other things that everybody's gone through this year, I could not be more proud of the folks on the administrative services team and really throughout the city in the just amount of good stuff that we've been able to get done through incredibly trying times. And those trying times do sort of focus the mind on getting things done that need to be done. So for 2021 goals, deficit reduction, right? I talked about that on Tuesday night. We are presenting you with a budget that has a $5 million hole in it in the general fund, that has a $4 million hole in it in the water fund. And we're going to work, every single day to make sure that we're doing things to reduce that deficit. One of the things is the refinancing of general obligation bonds from 2011 that I talked about, and that will have an impact in the general fund, the sewer fund, and also the water fund. So some of these goals are sort of are tied together. In the Accounting Bureau, our new Deputy Director, Vaughn Wynn, we want to have her, now that she has had the trial by fire and learned an awful lot about city operations and city government and the staffing schedule and everything, 2021 is really her year to, when we brought her on board, one of the things that I wanted to do was have the work of the accounting office not just be sort of everybody with their green eye shades and being within the walls of the accounting office, but for Vaughn to be able to get out and talk with leadership team throughout the city, understand their functions, and be much more of a hands-on support for them for budgeting, for fiscal management, throughout the year, and for project financial planning. So that's one of that's sort of her major goal for 2021, is that outreach into the rest of city government and helping them with fiscal issues. In procurement and collections, and I'll talk about the utility assistance program in a minute, but getting finally the implementation of electronic billing so that we can do what Steve Campbell talked about and moving to monthly billing for utilities. It is an absolute must need that we have, and we're going to move this forward as quickly as we possibly can now that we've got folks in Treasury a little more on solid footing. In IT, it's expanding data governance, and maybe even expand isn't the right word, but like establish it. Data governance, analysis, and coordination among departments. The Bloomberg Harvard work that the mayor and Jess and Millsy have talked about is hugely important to the city. Providing our services based on real data requires grabbing data from a bunch of disparate systems and being able to analyze and manage that data to give us the information we need to do a better job. We have lots of data sources. We've got lots of reporting sources. What we don't have is a person or a system or a structure to really take all of those data sources and put them in a package that is helpful to our leadership team and the executive leadership team. So it's actually in the professional services line in IT. I've got additional funds in there for either the hiring of a person to fill this role, or doing it as a contracted professional service. So that's one of the things that I've got in the IT budget. And then,
if I could just interject there, Patrick, I mean, this is also part of our effort to uncover efficiencies and to think about how we're using data to drive our decision making in a way that isn't happening. And you heard Captain Umstead just talk about how much we spend on software. We'll just multiply that, because there's software applications that are being utilized in every one of our departments to varying degrees. Police and DPW probably rely on the software applications that they use the most, but it's also how we're connecting our 311 service into DPW for better and more responsive customer service, as well as really trying to deploy our resources in a more proactive, responsive way. So customer service lens, efficiency lens, and cost savings. And that's where we keep coming back to this data governance. And I think we're also really aware that data governance and this idea of, using data to drive decisions and being more cost effective can be a red herring, and really making sure that that isn't the case for the city of Lancaster, and that we're able to show the return on investment to council and to the public.
And then in human resources, obviously the DEI work, implementing the citywide orientation and training curriculum, the training piece, that Sharon's position is leadership development and diversity manager. And one of the things that I've seen, during my 16-year career here, and it existed before me, is that we do a lot of internal promotions. We have a lot of supervisors and managers who came in as frontline employees. What we don't do a great job at is giving the proper leadership guidance and training and resources to those folks who are new supervisors. Supervising other folks, especially folks that you used to work with, is an extraordinarily difficult job. And you can be a content expert in the area that you are working in. But if you don't combine that content expertise with other tools for leadership and management, you're not going to do as well in your job as you could. Not through any fault of your own, but because we haven't provided those services to you. So that's one of the other pieces of Sharon's new role, is really to work on developing that curriculum and everything from like onboarding of staff up through their full career, and making sure we're providing them with the resources that they need. So onto the administrative services budget itself. What I've done here is broken out the sort of operating budget. So my office, accounting, procurement, collections, IT, and human resources, and then secondarily the sort of general government operations. So within my office, the department budget is up about 10%, and that's solely because of one item, which is adding in $68,900 for a fee study to be done. I talked about this on Tuesday. So that's built into the professional services line item in the director budget. In the accounting budget, it's basically status quo. There's no significant change other than the increase there of 3.1% is really a reflection of salary increases, and also a slightly different salary for Vaughn versus her predecessor. In procurement and collections, it's a drop of about 11%. We have a mailing equipment, insertion equipment in the basement of City Hall, and the lease on that was up. So now we're just operating that on a annual basis for service of it, but we're not continuing to pay the lease payments. In the IT budget, up 2.46%. A $30,800 increase in the professional services line, and that goes to that data governance and analysis position or service that I talked about. And then a $10,000 reduction that offsets that somewhat in the contract services line item. In human resources, an increase of just short of 9%, and that's really related to the contract services line, which goes up by about $17,500. And really that's related to two things. One is a bridge between NeoGov, which is our new applicant tracking software that we've implemented. And that takes an individual from learning about a job with the city of Lancaster, a career with the city of Lancaster on governmentjobs.com and from our website, coming in through applying for the city position through NeoGov, and sort of bringing that individual all the way through the applicant tracking process up until the point that they become a city employee. And the piece that we're missing is the software bridge between NeoGov and Munis, which is where we manage all of our, for human resources, manage all of our employees, their benefits, their pay, and everything like that. So this is a software bridge between the two. Both of the firms have worked together on this before, so we're not creating something brand new, but it's just purchasing the bridge. And then the other is software called Leave Solutions, which is or a service called Leave Solutions, which is going to allow us to offload some of the just day-to-day paperwork that goes into much of the alphabet soup of federal related leave, whether that's ADA, Family Medical Leave Act, and things like that. With nearly 600 full-time employees, the amount of leave management that we have is rather mind-boggling, and we can't take on this additional DEI work, the change to the business partner model, without offloading some of this sort of day-to-day stuff. And this Leave Solution software is going to allow us to do that. So rather than, one of the things that HR has really been tasked with is figure out a different way to operate, provide better service internally, and don't do that with any more staff. And some of the work can be offloaded to software or systems that are run by somebody else, and that's what we're doing here. So then into the general government budgets, the changes versus 2020, just about a 9% increase in these budgets. mostly related to fringe benefits and debt service, obviously. But in community involvement, we increased the community communications line item by $20,000, and that's solely related to adding Citizen Lab, which is the Engage Lancaster platform that Millsy talked about. So that is a basically software as a service as well. The first year of it, so we purchased it or entered into an agreement in 2020. The cost of that was paid for a combination of some grants and operating dollars in the Planning Bureau. But what we're doing is transitioning the cost of that ongoing into this community communications line, because that's really what it is, right? This is our way to put projects and programs out to the public for their engagement. So it really fits better into that community communications line item. In the insurance package plan, no significant changes there. In fringe benefits, I talked about this on Tuesday night as well, but an increase in the pension contribution. So in administrative services pension line item, that covers all of the non-uniformed employees in the general fund. So the fire pension plan expenses are in the fire budget, police pension plan expenses in the police budget, and all of the other non-uniform pension expenses are in the administrative services budget in this in the fringe benefits section. And then increase in workers' compensation, because we've seen over the last 2 years, for one reason or another, we've had increases in our expenses there. We're self-insured for workers' compensation up to a limit of $750,000 for a claim. We've got safety committees throughout the city that work to make sure that we're doing, everybody as safe as possible, but accidents do happen, and we're seeing the impact of that in workers' compensation line. And then last and certainly not least, and actually most, is the increase in debt service. And this is really a combination of some scheduled increases in the 2018 bond issue, and also beginning to step into paying the increased debt service for the 2019 note that was the investment in the fire stations. And I talked about this earlier, but we're looking to either completely wipe out or nearly wipe out that increase for 2021 with the refinancing of the 2011 bond issue. So right now we're looking at a savings of somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 to $450,000 in 2021. Depending on which way interest rates go, that could be higher or lower. So we can all sort of hope for continued low interest rates, because that allows us to do refinancings and save money going forward. So then I want to highlight just a couple of things within admin services that are not sort of bureau specific, but just sort of different aspects of the work that we do. So on the left-hand side, you see in 2019, we did 102 property tax refunds. And most of these relate to property owners who get their tax bill and they write a check to us. And at the same time, they're paying into a mortgage escrow, and their mortgage company pays the tax bill also. So we refund the dollars to the taxpayer. So that's just sort of a normal course. We see 50 to 75 to 100 of those a year. They always surprise me, because somebody has double paid their taxes. So we refund those dollars just as a matter of course. In 2020, you all approved the legislation earlier on in the year in April to extend the discount period from what would have been through the end of April, I believe, to the end of August. And then you eliminated the penalty period. So from the penalty period would normally have been in place from August 1st through the end of the year, and it's a 10% premium on top of the regular tax bill. So the legislation that you passed extended the discount period of 2% and then eliminated the 10% penalty period. What we've seen is somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 tax returns that we did, because people paid either at the base rate because they had their physical tax bill from back in February, or they paid the penalty because they thought they were supposed to pay the penalty because that's what was on their original tax bill. So any place where a taxpayer has paid has paid at the base rate and they should have gotten the discount, where they paid with the penalty and they should have been paying at the base rate, we've done those refunds to those taxpayers. So that's resulted in a significant number of work in the Treasury office to process and do those refunds. But and some of them are very small. They're $5 and $10 and $20 and $30. Some of them are a couple $100. And in these days, every single one of those dollars counts to the individual taxpayer. So I just thought that was important to highlight because it's a significant it's a significant difference. We've never done this before. We've never changed those discount periods or the penalty periods. So just wanted to highlight that. And then on the ratepayer side of things, as you all know, there was a PUC order earlier this year that put a moratorium on public utilities from doing service terminations for non-payment. We actually announced ours a day or two before the PUC came out with their announcement. So we made that decision a couple days earlier than was mandated at the state level. But the other thing is that we applied it to the entire service area. I talked earlier how the Public Utility Commission really only has purview over our customers and what we do, how things work with them outside of the city. We've applied the moratorium across the board. And then when the moratorium ended in October, we made the decision to continue that moratorium until really ultimately until next year, because there is a regular moratorium on service terminations from December 1st through March 31st from the Public Utility Commission. And we always apply that to inside city customers as well. So that moratorium stands. Now I've gotten some aging updates from Megan Baum, who manages the Treasury office. We have definitely seen an uptick in non-payment for water and sewer and stormwater, the regular utility bill. And that's it's a direct reflection both of what's going on with our residents and their economic situation, and a reflection of not doing service terminations. We want to avoid service terminations at, as to the extent possible. They are effective, however, in terms of collecting. And so we're definitely seeing the impact of that in lower payment. In 2020, we created the Utility Assistance Program. That was a first-time program with a budget of $50,000 between water and sewer budgets. And what that really was a partnership with Community Action Partnership with CAP. In working, they already work with UGI and PPL with their utility assistance programs, and this was an add-on to that. So because of the moratorium on service terminations during 2020, basically none of that $50,000 got spent. So effectively, we have a $50,000 inclusion in the 2021 budget also. So ultimately, we're going to have the combination of those 2 years to use during 2021. So in that way, it's a good thing, right? We get to double up the utility assistance program for 2021. We just had a meeting yesterday or the day before to talk about how to implement this. What we're planning on doing is CAP is sort of going to do a slow rollout using residents who are already connected with one of their navigators and where they may be having difficulties in paying their bill, so that even though we're not doing service termination, that they try to help those customers get caught up on any past due balance that they have. And this is not just using city dollars, but they're also leveraging LHOP dollars and some other resources to put into this. So it won't just be city dollars putting back into paying city water and sewer bills. We're leveraging other dollars with this. So that's the initial part that's going to be. So there won't be any real public rollout of that other than this discussion. But so CAP will manage that. And then we're going to revisit this in February sometime to roll into how we really roll out the whole project in 2021 and fully implement it. So I just wanted you to be aware of that the utility assistance program didn't go away because we couldn't do anything in 2020, and there are plans to fully roll that out next year. Another thing I wanted to highlight, and I think every director talked about this, about how aggressive we are in going after grants. And I wanted to put this slide together because Megan Blackman, who does just an incredible job. She works out of the accounting office, Grant Development Administration. But this is really a testament not just to her work, but the work of every single person in every department who touches a program or a project that needs grant funding, because Megan works with everybody throughout the city. She knows community partners all over the place, and she knows the players at the state level and in the federal offices where these dollars come from. So she's a huge asset to the city. And you can see the return on investment that we get from the work that she does. So in 2019, I mean, this is I had to put 2019 on here because the number is just so incredible, $17.2 million of grant funding. And this is a combination of some of our, the program grants that we get, not because there's enormous effort, but, through CDBG and HOME and ESG. So those are at the top of this list. And obviously 2019 was super expanded because of the $9.7 million HUD-led grant, but it's still a really impressive list of grants and programs that we've been able to fund through those grant efforts. And then in 2020, despite COVID and everything else, we didn't slack off. $6.5 million of additional grant funding coming in for a whole set of other projects. So, and some of these are, they're multi-year programs, and so they're multi-year grants. Other ones are sort of one-off purchases or programs that we can get done in 1 year. So they are, between those two, basically $24 million of grant funding over a 2-year period is really just incredible work. And then DEI. So this is, these slides I cannot take any credit for whatsoever. I actually pulled them from and you'll see them again probably, because these are embedded in Sharon Allen Span's presentation that she'll be doing with council when we figure out what the timing of that will be. But I wanted to put them in here because this is such an important project for not just human resources, not just administrative services, but for the city overall. And I talked about, bringing McLean and Company in, and I really want to emphasize the fact that this is not bringing in a company, a training firm to sit in a room or sit in Zoom calls for a couple hours or a couple half days or something like that with city staff. And then we check a box and say, okay, we did diversity training in 2020 or 2021, and we're, let's move on to something else. This is really about systemic culture change within city government. And there's intentionality that's required to this. So part of this was, coming up with common definitions for common terms. And what does diversity mean? What does equity mean? What does inclusion mean? And that's important because if everybody's not on the same page and not understanding not just what the ultimate goals are, but what the terms are that we're talking about, if we don't have common definitions, we're not going to have a common cause to move forward with. So, we talk about diversity in terms of the obvious stuff, race and gender and sexual orientation and disability, but there's also the acquired diversity of diversity of thought and cross-cultural communication, languages and social skills, people's upbringings and the different backgrounds that they bring to the table. We want to make sure that we're including all of those voices, all of those folks, and making sure that the city workforce reflects the city that we're serving. And we know that right now that's not the case. On the equity side of things, really this is the part about, this isn't just a thing about training. This is about considering the design of every system and process, every service that we provide at the city, and looking at it through an equity lens and making sure that what we're doing as a city government is reflecting, is done in an equitable way and reflects the values, the cultural values that we have as a city. And then inclusion is just like everybody at the table. Chief Little talked about this. It's not just about, when you have a decision-making group, that you have the high-level staff at the table, that you have everybody at the table representing the, across the board throughout city government. So that set of common terms is what we move forward with. Why? aside from the fact that it's the right thing to do, the reality is that organizations that have a diverse set of employees, both the acquired diversity and the inherent diversity of race and gender and orientation, they're better organizations. They make better decisions. There's less conflict, believe it or not, happier staff. All of that stuff leads out to better services that we can provide to city residents. And the fact that, you know, city residents have a right to expect that their city government is going to look like them. And so that's and you see the purpose statement there. City of Lancaster's DEI purpose is derived from the organization's core values of quality, teamwork, integrity, and respect. And as our residents come from all walks of life, we aim to make sure that our employees are reflective of these core values. And the resources that we're putting to this, you know, we talked about Sharon Allen Spann has been promoted into the Leadership and Development and Diversity Manager, and she's really sort of the team leader on this whole effort. McLean and Company membership, and that really is what it is. It is a membership in their sort of suite of resources, which is staff, guidance, and best practice resources that we have available to us. Members of the community that we're involving in the DEI work, obviously our city employee base, from, you know, the person who came in the door yesterday to folks who have been here for 10 and 20 and 30 and in some cases 40 years. And then our GARE membership, which is also provides best practices and networking for primarily for our HR staff to learn about work that other cities, either some smaller than us, some similar to us, and some significantly larger than us, what they do in their DEI work within their cities. And then this is just a sort of a further breakdown of those resources. And again, I'll leave this to you to read when you see the presentation on your own time. And this is, you know, just another slide as to why this matters. So I got the stats for this from Angie Pavavasilian, who's our Human Resources Bureau Chief. And she gave me the stats for hiring for 5 years. And this is basically since we instituted Munis, which is our ERP system that we use to manage all of our, well, in HR, manage all the hiring and the implementation of, not implementation, but the documentation of ethnicity and gender and everything within the system. So we know that these are good stats because they came from the same system and are consistent across the board as we've done the hiring. So in the 5-year time period, we've hired 184 full-time employees, 48 part-time employees, and 78 temporary or seasonal staff. And most of that seasonal staff is the summer employees that we hire. We hire like between 20 and 25 employees, except for this year due to COVID. But in most years, we're hiring in that range. The part-time employees is primarily school crossing guards, but there are a few other part-time employees. But I want to focus, this chart actually focuses on 184 full-time employees that we've hired over that 5-year period. Of that 184, 148 are still employed. So the rest of them left for either they went on to another position or left for some other reason. That 148 employees is about 25% of our current full-time workforce. In 5 years, we have 25% of our workforce. The way that you drive culture change, right, is through that turnover in employees, training current employees, bringing them into the culture, but definitively bringing new employees into a different culture. You can see the breakdown, racial breakdown of the new employees that we've hired. And again, this is the 184, not all of the part-time and the seasonal employees. But I wanted to highlight 2020. So this is through mid-October. 2020 turns out to be, among this 5-year period, the most racially diverse hiring cohort that we've had in the 5-year period. Now, this is a 1-year snapshot, right? And this is still not good enough. I hope that it reflects the intentionality that we have in making sure that, for instance, when we have a first round pool of employees for a given position, if we do not have a diverse set of applicants, and we don't bring that diverse set of applicants through a good hiring, a good screening process, we're not ultimately going to be able to have, we're not ultimately going to be hiring a diverse workforce. So the very first thing is making sure that we are intentional about making sure that the workforce, the pool of applicants that we have reflects the diversity of the city and the diversity that we want to see in our workforce. And then we go from there. So I'm hopeful that what you'll see as we build this out over another period of years is that 2020 ends up being on the low end of the diversity scale of these years. But right now, it would appear from this snapshot that we're moving in the right direction and that we still have a significant amount of work to do. And that is the last slide that I have in my presentation.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We'll take any questions. You've stunned them all into silence, Patrick.
Where everybody's asleep. I can't see everybody, so.
Trying to be now.
Okay.
Councilor Royo, I heard you. Go ahead.
First of all, thanks for the presentation, Patrick. Informative as always. Just a question, and I think, kind of the common theme that I've heard throughout the different departments is regarding how much grant money the city receives to make a lot of our operations happen in the first place. Just kind of curious, what does that process look like? Do we have someone on staff to look for grants and write these grants? Like, how does this come? And do we know how much money we've saved the taxpayers over the years because we've received these types of grants?
So we have a whole team of employees who are called Megan Blackman. I'm joking, but I'm serious. She's a superstar in this area.
We saw her this morning with her family out with Santa Claus, and I told her, Megan, we're going to be talking about you and the budget and all of the money you raised. So thank you in advance.
And she probably put her head down because she's like such a soft-spoken and not like talk about somebody who is not looking for accolades all over the place, but she deserves them. So Megan is the main person. And she is part of the admin services team in the accounting office. And it's, the other thing I guess I should have highlighted there, Councilman Arroyo, is it's not just getting the grants, right? It is the managing all of those grants, which all have different rules and regulations and reporting requirements and accounting requirements. So there is, there's a huge amount of work here, and it's not just Megan. I mean, it really is. She's sort of leads that team in terms of identifying grants and going after them and doing the grant writing and putting the applications together. But it really is working with people throughout the entire city to make sure that we're pursuing these, that we're doing the programs that we say we're going to do when we get the grant dollars, that we're reporting the finances of them accurately. Because the last thing that you want to do is be a grant recipient, not do the project well, not financially report well, have a bad audit. You're not going to get a grant again, right? So one of the things that we're successful in is not just getting the grants, but doing the things right that make sure that we're eligible the next time around. And you do, you get a reputation with granting agencies. And sometimes it's a matter of getting a foot in the door the first time in a grant, and then you can move on and expand your grant opportunities. So that's part of it. But to answer your question in terms of how much we have saved taxpayers, I mean, that's a reflection right there, right? Over a 2-year period, we have a general fund budget of $62 million. Over a 2-year period, we've brought in $23 million of grants. And this isn't just general fund also, right? This is this goes a lot of public works grants as well. But that is a huge benefit to taxpayers of the city that we've been able to leverage this much funding outside of their tax dollars to put toward programs and services and projects throughout the city.
Definitely. And, please extend our deepest gratitude to Megan when you see her, because this blows my mind. I think over throughout all of the presentations is this common theme of how much we're saving because of the grants we receive. And just thank you for going into detail regarding the DEI components. I think that's extremely valuable to know. And it's exciting to know that the city's heading in a really good direction as far as making sure that we're representative of the city that we serve. So thank you.
Thank you. And you'll get much deeper dive into the DEI work when Sharon does her presentation.
Patrick, I have a question. As far as and also to the mayor, as far as our reserves, we put a percentage for this year's budget, and I applaud you for it. But where does that leave our reserve funds for the upcoming fiscal year and the years ahead?
So that leaves us, and I think, Patrick, if you want to pull up that slide from the presentation the other night, or
You're giving me a test here. Give me just a second.
yeah, but essentially it's $8 million, Pete. But the idea is for us to reduce the use of our reserves in the coming year by at least half, which is a huge, huge undertaking, I have to say. I mean, we're talking about making up $2.5 million, and it's a lot. So where we ended 2019 with a strong reserve, and so now we're using it in 2020, and there you have it. So 2019 we ended with about 15.3 million. 2020 we used some of that. In 2020, we usually are able to make it up, but not with the reduction in the loss of revenue. And then when you add the loss of revenue plus the projected increases of expenses that I talked about already, Patrick's talked about, which are related to pensions, medical care, debt service, that gives us our 2020 projected fund balance at $8 million. And it cannot drop again. Like $8 million and a 60, what's our total budget this 64. Year? $64 million doesn't even come close to being the kind of the reserve that we need to be able to mitigate against, any kind of emergency that pops up. And in a city that's this old with as much infrastructure as we're dealing with on a regular basis, all of the things that Steve talked about in terms of, relining, pipes and so on, recognizing that a lot of that is coming from, that's in enterprise funds, but there are just so many things that can go wrong, knocking on wood. And so $8 million is not enough. So we have a huge task ahead of us, and we're going to keep trying to do all the things. And I think I'll also just say in conclusion, I've tasked Patrick, now that he's done with this budget, to do scenario planning for 2022. And what does that look like in terms of additional cuts to the budget that, if we don't get federal support and we're not able to get support from the state, what does that mean in terms of our ability to perform at the level that we're performing now? What it means in terms of a tax increase if we decide that we're going to maintain the current level of service. What does it mean in terms of a tax increase? Because there will be no way that we can function if we don't either cut or raise taxes or do both. Obviously, we need to continue to find efficiencies wherever we can, and we can do that. But, after we went through the PFM report, and Patrick just mentioned, there are things that we have to work on, but they're not things that are just going to turn $5 million over.
Well, I'm confident that under your administration and the team that you have, that we can at least put a dent in it to some degree year by year.
Yeah.
So this is the challenge, Councilor Soto, that we put on ourselves and to the rest of the city leadership team, is that we make every effort to at least cut that $5 million deficit in half during 2021. and through these efforts that you see on the screen here. We will not end 2021 with a reserve that's only $8 million. We've got some savings that we've built in, we know will come, like through bond refinancing that we can do in June or July, holding positions vacant, things like that. There does seem to be, there's the federal legislation that's seems to be moving forward right now. The $908 billion stimulus does include funding for state and local governments. There's a number there of $160 billion. What that actually means to the city of Lancaster, we have no idea yet. We also can't depend on, because it's been proven decade after decade that we can't depend on something from the federal government or the state government. We're gonna have to figure out a lot of this stuff on our own. And so our leadership team has really been, has been challenged with that to make that effort. And I've got no doubt that we're going to be able to come through to a great extent.
Patrick, as a follow-up to that, how will this impact any future bond funding, having the reserves as low as we have them now?
It doesn't help, right? I mean, when we, you all saw the parking authority financing as a sort of a relatively straightforward process. The behind the scenes process and working with Moody's was significant because, they're reviewing, every bond issuer out there and looking at the COVID impact. They realize that COVID is a short-term thing, but they also know that it has potential long-term impacts for government issuers. So, we were able to maintain our bond rating at A3 with that refinancing. We're going to go through another one of these processes with Moody's when we do a refinancing of the 2011 bonds, and they're going to want to take a look at things again. Part of what we have in our benefit is a really good long-term track record of when we say we're going to do something financially, we actually do it. And while we pass budgets over the last 8-10 years, almost all of which had some level of use of reserves, we've also turned almost all of those around into surpluses during the year. I don't see how we can do that during 2021, but we can make a big dent in that deficit. So we got a lot of work to do. I don't think that we're going to have a negative impact on our bond rating because I think that we're going to be able to pull through this relatively well. And the other thing is most of our sister cities around the state would be wildly enthusiastic about having an $8 million fund balance, right? Part of the reason, well, not part of, it's almost the whole reason we can do what we're doing in this 2021 budget, not raising taxes, not cutting services, and maintaining a high quality of services and high quality staff, is because we have the reserve and we can fall back on that for a temporary setback. The mayor's talked about this a lot. What we can't do though is that's not a sustainable operation, right? We can't pull $5 million a year out of our reserve and hope to be standing 3-4 years down the road. So we've got to turn this around during 2021. The reserve gives us the time to do that and not have to do it in a panic mode.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Mayor, for all the hard work that you do for the city.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Councilor Baker, I just have a comment. You already have all my questions, Patrick, but I just wanted to very straightforwardly thank you for all the work that you do. I think last budget season, I became your #1 fan. I think you've grown to learn just how much I love my numbers, quite possibly almost as much as you love them, but they torture you a little bit more than they torture me. I'm very grateful for all the work that you did and how thorough you are, and even the language that you use around DEI. I think you are an example of what I think leaders be, and I am just really excited to like be a part of your team. So I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right. I think thank you very much, Patrick. I think that actually closes us out. We made it through. Thank you everyone for bearing with us and sticking it through. We're only an hour behind. So that's not too bad, right?
Not bad.
I think Council President needed to jump off to go to that meeting that he had spoke about earlier. So I don't know at this point, Mr. Harris, or we just need to adjourn. Is that correct?
Yes, we simply need to adjourn. And of course, this is your meeting, so you can do that.
Great. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
God bless everybody.
And assembled members of the public. Thank you.